Joe, can you hear me? Okay, Marshall, were you able to get him just to call in on his phone? It happened, Joe. Thanks for everyone's patience who's on the line. I'm just going to jump into it. We have Joe Lonsdale here for a conversation. He's a prolific investor and philanthropist. In 2016 and 2017, he was the youngest member of the Forbes 100 Midas list. He is a co-founder of Palantir and many other companies. While we were fumbling around trying to figure out the AV, someone posted, it's hilarious that Silicon Valley is having issues with technology. But you're not in Silicon Valley, Joe. You are in Austin, Texas.
We are in Texas. I have a whole new advanced setup here I've been using for a week, and all of a sudden it failed on you this morning. Sorry about that, Garrett.
No worries at all. Well, I want to start there. So you have moved to Texas. They have moved their headquarters from Silicon Valley to Denver. So can you talk to us a little bit about your thought process? What triggered this move for you? And then answer the question along the way, do you think the future is going to be built outside of California?
You know, there's a lot of things that trigger the move. You probably noticed. I have about there's 50 or 60 people, tech leaders, who moved around the country this year. And obviously, number one thing we have to say is the pandemic and working from anywhere, and how people are able to work from anywhere right now, and realizing that. But this has been a long time coming. A lot of these people have been wondering if they could move, if they should move, the last 3-4 years. We've definitely been thinking about it for a while. I guess to start off, Texas is a place I'm very excited about. There's about 600 hires we made here in the last few years for our companies. I fly a lot less living here now. Even when things turn back on, I'll fly a lot less because I'm closer to all the places I'm working. We're building things all over the country. And, there's a lot of people in my life who I hire here, and I could, you hire someone for $250,000 in the Bay Area, they feel poor. You hire them for even a little less that here, and they feel like they're doing quite well.
So is there a certain profile of portfolio company or tech entrepreneur, investor, just tech person who you see as moving away from the Bay Area or moving specifically to Texas, or is it just a range of background and life situations?
I think people who are still building are the ones who are moving. People who are fat and happy, they're going to stay in the Bay Area. It's very comfortable if you're very wealthy to live in the Bay Area. If you're building, then you're noticing how things are way more expensive than they should be, way more frustrating to deal with the local area than it should be. And I think people who are young and who are saying, I'm going to build my career the next 30 years, they want to build their career. They want to build their career somewhere positive, that's growing, it's a well-run area. I think people who are in the Bay Area, if you just look at, obviously, you list off some of the hosts of problems. It's not just cost of living. California has some of the most polluted states in the cities in the country. It has some of the biggest wealth inequality because it's just so hard for people who are poor to kind of get going in that area and to be part of our economy there. It has all sorts of problems with the monoculture, with brainwashing kids. And so there's just, I think, a lot of people who are starting families who are looking the next 20, 30 years. They're saying, I want to build somewhere else.
So you think this trend is long-term? It has legs. This is not just a, rest of this year, 2021 kind of deal.
No, the problem with California is that there's a lot of structural issues where there's almost infinite money that is donated to the very far left government unions. They're by far the biggest player. They're the ones who are donating the most money to the legislature, I mean to say, which means they have a lot of influence. And their influence has only grown in the last few decades. You can't just all of a sudden go in and fix California. You have to compete with this wall of special interest money that's just really distorted the area. And so I don't see California improving or changing. Unfortunately, it probably has to get a lot worse before people stand up and say, "Oh, this is ridiculous. These interests are breaking things. We're gonna push against them." And people are just slowly kind of waking up to that. I guess that takes another decade or two before we can push against their power there.
Okay, so zooming out from California, looking around the country, as the tech industry continues to grow and decentralize, do you think there are certain innovation or developments that can only happen in America? What are your thoughts, for the next 5-10 years on innovation, technology, progress in America?
America still has a huge edge because it still attracts the very best people in the world, and we still have, relative to other countries, some of the best ways you can build first and ask for permission later. I think the American spirit is that we create and we create something new. We do it, and rather than like with PayPal, I'll give you an example. Like Spitzer really wanted to destroy PayPal. He was this guy who was trying to take it down in lots of different ways, trying to say it was a bank when it wasn't, trying to find some regulatory thing it was violating. And just because these guys, they see that as their job. And fortunately, our system didn't allow him to do that. In Europe, the equivalent of Spitzer was able to destroy the early PayPal equivalents. We're able to stop them and say you have to actually get explicit permission. Like in French law, you must be told you can do something, whereas in American law, you actually are permitted by default. And if in America, after we did PayPal, out of PayPal came YouTube, came LinkedIn, came SpaceX and Tesla. Frankly, I wouldn't be able to do Palantir if we didn't have Peter with his reputation to back and help us get that going early on. So there's all these things that came out of that. And so these little differences that make it easier to build things and make it harder for government to stop you from building things actually create massive amounts of wealth and prosperity in America. And so the question is going to be, how do we keep our system where you don't have to ask for permission, where you're free and you get to decide, here's the best answer and we're going to prove it. And if you can keep things that way, if you can keep things towards the side of a free country, we're going to keep being able to do things in America no one else can do.
Got it. Okay, so moving to the companies that you've co-founded or investing in right now, but still looking at the intersection of technology and government. So, Palantir recently IPO'd. Congratulations on growing that company to the success that it is today.
Thank you. It's having a good few days in the markets. I don't know what's going on here. It's up 50% in 3 days.
Absolutely. Lots to be proud there. Okay, so what are the future developments or the future companies that you are investing in HBC that either touch government or adjacent to government that you are excited about? So, I think that you have probably co-founded the most companies that sell to or work with government than anyone that I know. OpenGov, Esper, you are an investor in Anduril. We had Trey Stevens, who's on our board at Lincoln Network, on Friday for a conversation on sort of GovTech, the future of GovTech. So what do you see happening in that space? Give us just some thoughts on that.
Sure. No, well, we like to found companies where we see conceptual gaps in the world, where we say, here's where it works now, and here's where it can work better. And we do this in a lot of industries, but government is probably the place where you see the biggest gaps, right? Like if you and I look at this and we get frustrated because you say, wow, here's how it could be working if it was using common sense and incentives and accountability. And, here's how it works now. And there's a giant gap. And so it's not even that hard to see how it could work better. The harder thing in government is to actually kind of punch through and like get them to try new processes, get them to work with the better technology. But because there's such a big gap, once you get in there, people say, yeah, obviously what you're doing is much better. It's not like we're a genius to say that they should be using like modern SaaS software and have full transparency into their data in cities and states versus having to pay an IT consultant $100,000 to get a report on their police and fire spending and compare it, right? It's like comical how bad you go in these places. There's like black and green screens from the late 80s and that they're using for things. And so in general, you want to say where are the big gaps, and I think defense is an area where we've seen some of the biggest gaps. I'm very excited about obviously what Palmer and Trey are doing with Anduril. We're proud early backer. I created a company called Epirus, which is a leading electromagnetic pulse technology company. We're optimizing that with putting AI and microchips, and we're doing some really, really great things there that are newly possible in that area of defense. For you can take out ships and planes and drones, obviously by firing electromagnetic pulses. I'm really bullish on Esper, as you mentioned, fixing the regulatory state. You say, what's the biggest problems in America you want to make work better? Well, if you make the regulatory state use data and use logic and accountability against processes, that's something that should be a nonpartisan thing. And Esper's growing really well in a bunch of areas. So I think government's not an easy area to make a lot of money. I've probably made more money from non-government things, but government's a very satisfying area to fix because there's just such important problems for our society we could fix with technology there.
Okay, so I'm going to transition to a conversation about content moderation and the future of free speech online. So before the election, in the months leading up to it, you were vocally critical about censorship decisions by the platforms, specifically Facebook and Twitter. When the effort to boycott Facebook was reaching critical mass, You wrote a well-read Washington Post article, and I quote regarding the boycott: "It's a craven capitulation to a mob that, left unstopped, would destroy free speech," unquote. So the question, Joe, is: are you optimistic or pessimistic about the prospects of free speech on social media? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a really tough one, Garrett. I felt strongly that all these like celebrities were just being naive. I even talked to a few of the smarter ones in LA who are friends of mine. I'm not going to out them, who agreed with me. They didn't really agree with this, but they were kind of felt like they were forced to go along with this kind of whole boycott noise. One of them was forced by his wife, but he's also a celebrity. But I mean, these people are kind of very nasty if you don't go along with the crowd there. And so there's a very unthinking crowd because, you know, is it problematic in some sense how social media shares certain things? Of course it's problematic. Of course you don't want to amplify hate or fake news or whatever. But this is the thing but you know, liberty itself has things that are problematic about it because human nature is problematic. The problem is it's even more dangerous to try to put in these censors because it's even more dangerous to get to decide, you know, what is inappropriate, what isn't inappropriate, who's drawing that line. Like an example, there's so many examples I like to give. Like one of them, and I apologize, it was a little shocking, but imagine there's a guy who's going around and he's murdering a lot of people who are very successful. He's also murdering people for being gay. And he says, if you're gay, you deserve to be killed. And he's lined up and shot hundreds of homosexuals. Like that might be a guy you might want to censor if people are saying good things about him, right? Because he's killing all these homosexuals. And people say, oh yeah, of course, maybe that's a fair place to draw the line. Don't let the crazy guy going around killing hundreds of people for being gay and otherwise be there. But you know, that guy is Che Guevara. And Che Guevara, he's like all over Facebook. He's on t-shirts all over Facebook and people glorify him all the time. Yeah. And you know what? They're not even going to think of censoring him because guess what? He's on the far left. And Facebook doesn't think the far left's a problem. They think the far right's a problem. So no matter who's doing the censoring, it's going to have your view of the world built into it. And the view of the world of people from Facebook, people from Twitter, is a view of people on the left who are worried about the far right and not worried about the far left. And so it shifts the Overton window in a dangerous direction. So I still believe free speech is necessary. I think at this point, it's probably necessary to tell these platforms that if they're going to be censoring anything for political or other reasons on the far left or far right at all, then they should be subject to the same rules as the publishers, and they should lose some of their 230 exemptions in those areas. And I think they should be able to be sued for libel and sued for all sorts of problems for inappropriately censoring. And so what's going to happen? You know, I would love what to happen is that we basically say you're only allowed to censor things that are illegal, but I don't think we're going to do that. And I think it gets really messy here. And I think whoever's in power is going to impose something we're not going to like. So I'm pretty worried about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are worried about it. If you ask the average person on the street, they've never heard of Section 230 of CDA. So this is a debate happening in these circles. But I want to double click on what you think should happen because you said that your thinking has evolved in other interviews on this topic. I want to talk about that evolution and how do you see reform being implemented? Is that something coming out of Congress? Is it something coming out of the FCC? You know, you clearly articulated some concerns about getting it right. You know, any specific details on how you see that playing out, or potentially a divided government, if at all?
Yeah, this is going to be really hard because the right way to make these decisions in our country is through Congress and legislation. That's how the Constitution is set up. It should be a legislative question, and it's going to be very hard to do this legislatively because people just very much disagree in Congress about these things. And so what's probably going to happen is nothing is going to happen for now because you're just not going to agree. Yeah.
Well, you know, the New York Post, you know, was a turning point if you ask most conservatives who follow this issue. So let's focus on conservatives because, you know, there is simultaneously through a discussion around 230, there's a conversation around, you know, the antitrust issue with Google and other platforms. So focus on 230. How do you think conservatives or people on the right should handle this, either in DC or in Silicon Valley? How should they be talking about this?
Yeah, so I think people should have a right to know what's being censored and who's censoring it and how the decisions are made. And I think what we could pass is just having a lot more transparency. These are part of our public squares now. So people might argue, oh, it's a private company, but these are now part of our public squares. Is how my thinking's evolved. How they make decisions, how they do things, is extremely important to the future of our democracy and to our free country. And so at this point, I think what you have to do is you can go back and you can see Twitter promised in the old days to be a free speech place. It got everyone on it. It built this network effect promising about to be free speech. Now it has realized it doesn't like all the free speech, doesn't like what people on the right say. So it's starting to censor them. Well, so I think we could take what happened and we could say legitimately, morally, we're going to force you to have just massive transparency. And you have to show exactly how you're making decisions, exactly what decisions were made, what was promoted, what was throttled. Because right now they're secretly throttling conservatives, right? They're secretly not showing it up as much. Let's actually see the algorithms. Let's be more public. Once you have more than 10 million people engaging on your public square, whatever the number is, you are forced to have just massive transparency, uncomfortable transparency, showing exactly what you're doing. And I think that would be a really good start for everyone, is to see what's going on. And I think once you have that massive transparency, then we can talk about taking another step and saying, okay, what can we put in place here to direct it? But I think just getting that would be probably what I would do as a conservative here.
So, Joe, on the 22nd, you tweeted that you were taking a hiatus from Facebook. In real time, you see conservatives who are trying to organize around this recount effort being shut down on Facebook and other platforms. And so they're moving to Parler, they're moving to other platforms where they can organize and get their message out. Has the ship sailed with the argument that let the market decide, build competitive platforms that offer, other compelling squares, public squares? Has that ship sailed? Are we not doing that?
That's generally something that would be a great thing to try to do. I think Locals is doing a good job. I think Parlays, it seems like it's doing a good job. There's nothing wrong with trying to build these and trying to build them up. And, in general, I do think there's some really, really powerful network and monopoly effects. And I do think that people like Twitter lied in order to create their monopoly effect. And now are changing the rules and what they'd set up to everyone they're going to do. So I think there is also a moral angle saying it's a public square and we need to put some rules in place. I empathize with libertarians who disagree with me on that, but I just think it's going to be very dangerous for our democracy as a realist if we don't take some action here to make it more transparent what these really powerful groups are doing to change speech in our country.
So the debate about platform moderation is connected to a broader conversation about the politicization of tech companies. So just recently, seen emails from the CEO of Expensify. I got a ton of emails from people who were not happy.
Yeah, that pissed me off actually too.
Yeah, you probably got the email yourself. MailChimp has announced that they will be moderating content that their customers are sending via their email platform. Do you think that this politicization will change in this potential Biden era? How would you assess the performance of tech leadership, tech CEO, C-suite people in handling this issue?
I think MailChimp and Expensify have the right to do that, and we have a right not to use them. We've already, all of my organizations have transitioned off of those products based on what they did. And the people in organizations that are on the left, people on the right, but it was just grossly inappropriate to say you're going to be censoring. Like obviously it's not a worry for my average email, but imagine I'm in the middle of being canceled for something and I'm going to push back on it, and my MailChimp's suddenly going to go down. It's just ridiculous, right? So I think it's a huge mistake these groups are making. I think in some ways I kind of like to see it for those, because they say, you know what, they're so foolish and their politics are, their view of the world is so ridiculous that it's going to hurt them in the end, and they're not going to have as much resources, and other people are going to be able to compete against them. So overall, I think it's fine. They're doing that. It's their choice, and I hope that's not where the world goes from here. I hope we don't have like the crazy woke and the crazy anti-woke camps, and everyone has to have. I mean, I'd like it if my basic technology infrastructure I use doesn't have to decide how woke it is. It just seems kind of silly.
Okay, so I want to move the conversation for our wrap up to your work around politics. So Cicero Institute, I want to talk about that. But what's really incredible to me is when I first moved out to the Bay Area in late 2011, I heard about California Common Sense. So almost a decade ago, you were already deep focused on policy issues. While Palantir was still within its first 5 to 10 years of life, you already founded a think tank, a organization focused on policy here in California and also focused around the country. So this is not a new effort. So a few questions here. Why in your early 20s were you co-founding or founding a think tank, a policy organization when you could have been spending your time and money in other places? And then, what is it about Cicero that excites you? What are you going to be focused on?
Yeah, sure. Well, I appreciate that, Garrett. I think it comes back to the whole kind of high level. We're trying to fix things in the world where there's big gaps and where things are broken. And it turns out, I love fixing things if I can, through entrepreneurial work, but not everything can be fixed by entrepreneurs and by business and by investing. And it's especially the case where you have stuff that's been set up where special interests have captured something and have said it unfairly. So there's lots of parts of healthcare. There's lots of parts of all sorts of different things in our economy that are set up in a way where it's very hard for the best ideas to win and for the most efficient ideas to win, because there's rules that have been put in place by the incumbents to kind of keep out the new, better ideas. And you see this constantly. And so, Cicero, for me, our policy group, I've obviously learned some lessons over the years in trying to do these things. And the areas I'm really focusing on, I'm trying to focus on nonpartisan areas, because I think in this country right now, if we want to move ahead and get things done, there's actually lots of positive solutions that don't require, doesn't have to be something from the right or something from the left. And I'm focusing on areas, frankly, that help the least well off and help the working class and the middle class, because we want this country to be functional. We want it to embrace innovation and embrace markets. We're going to have to show that those work for the working class, and for the people who are most in need. And it turns out there's just a lot of ways you could do that. It turns out that there's ways you can make housing much, much less expensive. It turns out there's ways, we spend $30 billion a year on Pell Grants for education. And right now we're paying people to go to schools where they're coming out with no skills, no jobs, really low average salaries in some cases. Whereas other schools we're paying them to go to, they're coming out with more than twice the average salary of for the same kids or same type of kids. So there's all sorts of ways you can use accountability, you can use incentives, you can use the same things that work in a free society to help the best ideas win. You can apply it to education funding. You can apply it to criminal justice with probation and parole officers. Like, there's examples where it works, where like far fewer people go back to prison. The state saves lots of money, the communities benefit. So there's all these areas I'm focusing on that are it's not left versus right. It's like good idea versus stupid way of doing things, if I may say.
Well, you all are doing great work around criminal justice reform, healthcare, housing, homelessness, and the list goes on. Everyone listening, go to Institute Cicero at Institute Cicero to find out more information. Despite all the craziness going on, Joe, thank you for making time to have this conversation with us.
Thanks so much, Garrett. And next time, I promise I'll come with a fully working setup for you so we figure it out. Great to see you. Take care.
Who are homeschooling, and so they are currently sitting in backyards in a pod, and this weather is like such a gift, because every day that it gets colder I worry about what happens to the pod when we have to move indoors, so I'll take it.
We ordered these outside space heater type things, but they still haven't come.
I ordered them in August. It's like the proudest moment of my life that I had the foresight to think it's going to get really cold in December and I'm not going to want to sit outside. So they're great. Not when it's raining. Nothing helps when it's raining.
I think we're live.
Oh. Yeah, it sounds like we're live.
Well, hello. As we talk space heaters and how to survive outdoors during the pandemic. Hi, I'm Rachel Horn. I head policy communications for Protocol Labs. We're a blockchain R&D firm, totally remote, building Web3 protocols. And I am joined here by two super smart panelists. I have Kumar Garg. He's the managing director and head of partnerships at Schmidt Futures, previously with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy under the Obama administration. I also have Eli Dorado, a senior research fellow at the Center for Growth and Opportunity at Utah State University. He previously was with Boom Supersonic, heading policy and communications, and he was a senior research fellow at the Mercatus Center. So welcome to you both.
Thanks, Rachel. Great to be with you.
Great.
And hi, Kumar.
Yeah. So let's start, because the topic of this panel, which is hard tech and innovation, may throw some people off. So Kumar, you can start us off by telling us, what's the distinction in Silicon Valley between hard tech and soft tech?
The reason why people make this distinction is principally a lot of what's associated with Silicon Valley and the rise of tech is software. So if you think about some of the predominant companies in the space, so Google, obviously Amazon on the website side, Facebook, these are predominantly software companies, as in they built a piece of code. Software has some major advantages that we've been living over the past 20 years. So one of the most important ideas behind software is that it has zero marginal cost. So once you actually develop the code to run, getting one more customer, one more user costs you fractions of a cost. And so it allows you to build these highly scalable businesses. A lot of the venture capital model that people talk about is built on this model, which is that if you do the upfront investment in building a potentially breakthrough product, you can get orders of multiple of value downstream. And then these kind of speculative bets where 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 businesses do really well works. The distinction is made between that's the soft part. The hard tech is framing around technologies that are predominantly physical. So if you can think driverless cars, getting SpaceX and getting things into space, a whole range of battery technologies. These are all hard tech problems and hard tech solutions in the sense that they involve the building of physical technology. And the building of physical and scaling of physical technology has different dynamics. And so often there's a distinction made in the innovation space between the software-oriented businesses versus hard tech. And one of the things I'm looking forward to this conversation is both the potential of hard tech, but also the intersection between that and software.
So before we dive deeper into some of those challenges, I would love to sort of spin out for a few minutes which industries you two both think are poised for greatest disruption by hard tech. So is it healthcare? Is it education? Is it aerospace?
Yeah, I think it's the four sectors that I look at the most when I think about like productivity stagnation are health, housing, energy, and transportation. Now, housing, I think mostly it's a regulatory problem. There are technical solutions to solve our housing productivity issues. But if you just sort of like separate that out, it's health, it's transportation, and it's energy. And if you kind of focus on those three, like you're going to get a big bang for your buck, and be able to get a lot of productivity out of those. And those, as Kumar was saying, like those are very different from software, right? They're in particular, those are highly regulated industries, unlike software, which has benefits from the protection of the First Amendment, in some cases Section 230, and that does not exist in these hard tech sectors.
Can you just unpack a little bit more sort of what the hard tech looks like in healthcare? Like what's sort of the best case scenario?
Well, I think the best case scenario is like we all live much longer than we're currently living, disease-free. We spend way less money on healthcare. Right now, we spend 18% of GDP on healthcare. A lot of the healthcare debate in DC is focused on like who's going to pay that 18%, and that's a valid debate. But like no one is focused on like how do we get that 18% down to something like 5 or 6%. How do we triple productivity in healthcare? And so I think it's the best case scenario is much more effective treatments for just about everything that doesn't actually require a lot of medical spending. In some cases, it could be consumer devices that enable you to diagnose and treat yourself. But ultimately, it's you spend less time requiring human doctors and human intervention in your health.
Yeah.
The other part, given that we're living through the COVID pandemic, to always remember is, narrowing and slowing the downside risk, right? So we are losing trillions of dollars of economic activity because we do not have the technology to rapidly develop and deploy vaccines. This has been an ongoing grand challenge in the space, which is, I remember one of the first reports that the PCAST, the President's Council of Advisors in Science and Tech, did in 2009 was, hey, we have even in the most optimistic scenarios, we have an 18 to 24 month, model for how to develop a new vaccine. That was a report in 2009. We are living through that today. And so getting better at being able to do these things also reduces the risk of the next set of challenges that we may face as a society. And then that's relevant to us being able to do all the other productive work that's out there. So I think biotechnology has both the potential for us to directly improve human life, but it also potentially the downside risks around, a populous planet.
Mark Andreessen wrote an essay that published in the spring after the coronavirus pandemic, really sunk its teeth into the U.S., talking about this, this failure of imagination and this institutional decline in innovation and in tech. And to quote Gary Shapiro from the Consumer Technology Association, where I came from before PL, his big takeaway, his message was always innovate or die, that if you're not innovating, then you're stagnating. So Kumar he all throughout that essay talked about the impact in healthcare and why we don't have the masks and the very simple things. There's the hard things and the simple things. The hard things make sense, why we don't have those, why we haven't come up with the vaccines for this pandemic. But the simple things, we don't have those at our disposal either. So I'm wondering sort of what you make of this, and Kumar, I'll start with you, and what you think policymakers can do to promote hard innovation.
I think what's interesting about that paper and sort of the Andreessen call is, one, I think it's just interesting in the story of Silicon Valley, because he's also associated with software eating the world. And so it's somebody who's talking and writing about this larger vision for where innovation needs to exist. It's not just about bits, but it's also about atoms. But I think the other part that's actually interesting is actually marrying his view with the important role of institutions. So I think when people look at the story of SpaceX, there's many different stories one could tell about SpaceX. One version is it's an incredible entrepreneur breaking into a pretty regulated sector where we have very strong safety rules and many other rules. And now SpaceX is more than 50% of all launches around the world, right? So they went from a total new to an industry dominant player. But one of the things that I think was an institutional innovation under the hood was NASA, during the early part of the Obama administration, actually basically put SpaceX through what are called a set of milestone-based payments. So they said, if we just said, the way you get a NASA contract is you have to show us a track record of safety of getting astronauts into the space station. Well, guess what? Only a handful of companies can show pre-existing safety records to do that because they already exist. They also didn't say, well, we should just let you do whatever you want. They said, okay, well, we're going to come up with these 24 milestone markers, and in each one you'll get the next payment to keep going. And that actually put SpaceX through a trajectory where they were able to hit all those markers. And so I think one of the interesting things is if we're going to make it possible for new entrepreneurs, especially on these sort of hard tech challenges, to be able to develop, we actually have to give them, the capital to be able to do that, but do that in a way where they don't go broke along the way. And so, one of the ideas that I think, has come up is this idea that should we be doing advanced marketing commitments in the biotech space? So the idea being that so mass is a good example. Part of the reason why there's a huge deficiency for mass production in the early parts of the pandemic is people who had developed mass in previous crises had basically retrofitted their factories and then gone out of business. Because then, the situation got solved, and then there wasn't that much demand for masks, and so it wasn't worth it. You could make a pre-commitment that you will buy a huge order of masks, so that that if you retrofit your factory, you can get your order filled. You can actually demand, there's a set of folks who are actually building, what they call N99.99 masks, which are masks that are not just 95%, but are basically at the 99 percentile. You can actually demand that innovation if you actually set up the right set of government structures to drive that private innovation. And so I think that's the question that I think, at least it triggers for me, which is how do you take that time to build and actually then think, what are the set of institutional characteristics you need to actually pull that off?
Yeah, I think Kumar's absolutely right on all counts. So gladly will associate myself with his remarks. In particular, I'm gratified that you noticed a little bit of the tension there with uh, Silicon Valley funding software companies to a significant extent, and then complaining that we don't have all this like non-software innovation. Mark is a great person. I love him to death, but I think he's it's like he hasn't funded the stuff that he wants, and so let's find ways to fund it. I agree that there's a government role there. I think also on the policy side, I think it's like really important to do like a lot of the deeply unsexy work of fixing like things like permitting, which can take years, to do like any sort of like meaningful permitting of, one of the things I've been focused on is like geothermal wells, and like why is it take longer to build or to get a permit for a geothermal well than it does to do an oil and gas well that's the exact same well. It's because like there's a specific carve out for that on federal lands. Things like like the permitting that the boring company has to do if they want to build a tunnel between DC and Baltimore. It's like they basically have to write hundreds of pages to prove that they don't have an environmental impact, and then at the end of the day, like it will get approved. But that's like the stage they're at now, and that's why they're not doing it. Like procurement is like another area. Kumar, I think, makes a great point on SpaceX versus like the past way of doing things, and actually not just the past way of doing things, but the current way we're still doing things with programs like the Space Launch System, which is like the latest Boeing rocket that NASA's has procured from them, and then on the defense side as well, procurement is like really big. So it's a lot of like really unsexy things that you kind of have to fix. Permitting, procurement, things like changing the regulatory structure from pre-market approval to post-market surveillance. It's not gonna ever be like a sexy talking point, but it's like really important work that we need to do if we want to be able to improve our institutions and be able to build.
I mean, additional example I'll give is I remember when Department of Energy launched this solar challenge, and the cost. This was in, now it seems sort of inevitable. Like, oh my God, look at this like trend line for cost of solar as it's like gotten cheaper than basically all the forms of energy. But there was a time when it was not that, and they set this very ambitious goal. And one of the things that they actually found when they did an analysis was the soft costs of solar deployment were becoming an ever-increasing share of its deployment costs. So, even as the photovoltaics were getting cheaper and you're getting these huge unit productions, you still need permitting, you still need the cost of actual deployment, and you actually have to think about all of those in the actual cost of a technology. And I think sometimes people forget that, and then they say, well, why aren't we seeing more of X? And so I just think that as technologists, we have to take, we have to have a sophisticated view of what is actually happening, what will drive more adoption. I think for folks who really care about climate technologies, this is going to matter a lot, because you actually have to think about what is going to be the barrier to deployment and what are ways that you can actually drive it. There's Saul Griffith, who wrote this recent paper on rewiring America. One of the big things he sort of posits is that it's actually about like how can you finance your home upgrade. So like getting your home into a set of much more climate-friendly technologies will probably cost your home $30,000 to $40,000. You will make that money back in 7 to 8 years. That kind of looks like a home mortgage, but that you actually have to develop that product. The 30-year mortgage was actually a construction of the state. And what are ways that if you actually want to make this stuff, you have to mix technology, financial engineering, and social goods.
That's super interesting. Eli, you started. That's super interesting. I never thought about that. Those soft costs. We started to veer into policy, but I do want to put the onus a little bit back on industry for a moment. Eli, I believe your advisor at George Mason was Tyler Cowen, and he obviously talks quite a bit about the Great Stagnation. And I'd love to hear your take about whether you believe that we're in a technological stagnation, and what do we have to do to break that cycle?
So yes, I mean, so Tyler wrote this great book in 2011 called The Great Stagnation, where he says if you look at total factor productivity, which is I think the best metric of economic growth, it's essentially a metric that says how much value of output are you getting for a fixed basket of representative inputs. And in the 1950s and 60s, we were growing at about a rate of about 2%. In 1973, there was this abrupt shift where it started growing at about 1%. I think there's actually been a worse shift more recently. Since about 2005, we are growing at about 0.26%. So over the last 15 years, we are growing at 1/8 of the rate that we were growing at in the 1950s and 60s. And this is an important metric to think about because it abstracts away from the idea of like, oh, we're just having more people added to the labor force, right? So in the 1970s and 80s, was fortunately a time when lots of women were able to join the labor force and so on. And so we got measured economic growth by simply like applying more labor, but we didn't necessarily get more output in a productivity sense and sort of output per person and output per resources. So it is a very real stagnation, and like I said, it's gotten worse in the last 15 years. And to get out of it, I do think there's a policy role in that, but it is, I think, all hands on deck. We need industry, we need culture, and government all aligned behind the goal of increasing productivity. And to some extent that it's hard to blame like Silicon Valley for it, right? That they're chasing returns. They want returns that happen very quickly, right? Like in the software model, you have a small team, they build something, they get to a minimum viable product within like a year or two, and then they scale it up, and the investor makes money. In a hard tech industry, it can take years to get to. You probably don't have a minimum viable product that's that can be developed quickly, and you have to basically build the whole product, and that takes a lot of time, and the time component of that rate of return calculation, dominates and makes it very hard for them to fund. So we need probably new funding models. One thing I think maybe a bright spot has been we've had this sort of like billionaire patronage model of innovation. So you have Jeff Bezos funding Blue Origin, which he's not doing because it's a good, a financial bet. Like the rate of return on that is not high, but it is, I think it is a good development, and maybe it gets us back to some point, like in the Renaissance where you had, very wealthy families funding public goods. But it would be better if all of our public goods provision was focused on faster growth and increasing the rate of productivity. That to me is the most important thing we can do to not only improve the economy and our quality of life, but also like maybe to make our politics less divisive. If we actually have had close to zero growth in the last 15 years, then is it any wonder that we have large populations that act as if the world is zero sum? So actually faster growth, I think, could improve. Could be a sort of like self-reinforcing thing where we start to see the world as more positive sum, and therefore become able to grow even faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different things. I think one thing that I think industry can do is, I think when industries organize themselves and are able to accurately sort of state their pre-competitive R&D priorities, it's actually quite useful. So the semiconductor industry did this early on, where they said, at some point we're going to run out of Moore's law. Here are the sets of things that we collectively as an industry are never going to individually invest in, but are important R&D priorities. And that actually helped the US government and others kind of work with industry on sort of building an R&D roadmap that sort of extended out past the industry. So I think that kind of work ends up being very useful. I think a second place where industry can play a useful role is, I think, there's an element of like, what is it that, what are the big sort of internal areas that companies think they can really drive on, and sort of advantaging those. So what is their core R&D capacity sort of focused on? And I think often, companies, when they're sort of engaging in the public dialogue, they're talking about, here's our sort of financials for the quarter. They're not sort of leading with, here's what we're working on that could become the next transformative industry. I think one open question is, to what extent does COVID-19 change and sort of kind of restack on what people sort of lead with when it comes to what they're investing in? It's possible that this is going to lead to a range of new investments in biotech, but it could lead to a range of how companies say they want to position their future R&D investments in going forward, because the world is hard to predict, and they actually want to say, oh, we're actually going to be building in more internal R&D capacity because, just thinking that we're going to be dominant in whatever sector and it's going to remain exactly the same is going to be an open question. I think the other area is that, like, I think especially for the US is a talent magnet for the rest of the world. It gets top STEM professionals around the world to come to the US. I think in the past few years, US companies kind of woke up to the fact that they shouldn't just necessarily just expect that will always happen. They actually have to advocate for high-skilled immigration, for an immigration system that actually brings talented folks to the United States, and that those things can actually go away if they're not making the case for them. And that's, I think, a huge part of the American story. And so I think there's a number of different ways where companies can sort of play a leadership role. I think the part that is hardest is this idea that we're going to immediately sort of go back to like a Xerox PARC, internal to companies, large R&D labs. I think there might be some instances where that's going to happen, but I think it's much more likely to happen in cooperation with the federal government and other players.
So, and I should just note that Protocol Labs is we are aiming to be one of these Xerox PARC type places that's turning out we have a huge R&D investment and a whole research team that's looking into this. But yes, it is an interesting model that I don't see at many other companies these days. But I do want to take this moment to take that international look, US versus other countries. Are we still leading in innovation? Where do we see the competition? Who's taking, where do we see the competition for students and for skills and talent? And sort of what's our relationship with China, and what does it look like in this next administration? Start with you, Eli.
Great question. So, China is clearly like not complacent, right? So we've been complacent on in a lot of areas, and they are not. I think the U.S. still has a lot of strengths relative to China, sort of like long-term structural strengths. They have, in a lot of ways, China is very weak in terms of, they sort of have this like internal financial house of cards that they've built, which could collapse at any moment. They are dependent on, on foreign energy and even food supplies. And so in that sense, like, they have some weaknesses, but I think that they are very formidable, and particularly they're very serious about wanting to dominate sort of like the part of Asia that's near them, and they're gearing sort of like the entire industrial capacity of their economy to be able to do that, and we should take that seriously. We should sort of like. I'm not really. I don't know if I'm a hawk on China, but I would say we should certainly leverage the boogeyman aspect of China to sort of like shock ourselves out of the complacency that we have in order to try to innovate more and rise to the challenge that they pose in terms of global governance and so on. So I think they've done some very impressive things. In terms of like their speed of build out of high speed rail, I think is something that's really interesting to me. They're building, they built 25,000 kilometers of high speed rail in like a decade, for much lower cost than I think we would be able to do it. And so they're very serious about not being complacent, and we should definitely, you know, learn from their example as far as that goes.
I think in general, I think the important place to start on international is that, at least from a science perspective, the global picture is additive, not so. What you want is strong R&D centers around the world, lots of smart researchers working on this. So if you just take the COVID response, the fact that you have a global response from the R&D community is net positive in a huge way for the United States, right? Ultimately, if they're, and so I think generally strong science cooperation is a really strong value add. I do think the United States has just been a draw for talent and capital, and so that has given it strong advantages in the system because it's able to cluster that talent, and that's why so much of the major companies and new starts are happening in the United States. So I think the China question is, I think, a hard one, partly because we have to disentangle which of the sub areas of technology where us losing our competitive capabilities puts us at serious risk from a national security and economic security standpoint down the road. And one thing we find about R&D is once you lose internal capacity, it's hard to get it back. We found this with advanced manufacturing, where once the supply goes abroad, actually getting it back to the United States actually is much harder than you think. So I think we just have to think hard about what are the areas where we just were asleep at the wheel and actually build back that capacity. And hopefully we can do it in a cooperative terms. But I think certainly just sort of thinking things will work out is not going to help anybody.
Yeah. Let's talk about funding and whether, do you think that like the private sector VC funding is sufficient? Sort of what are the roles of some of the government agencies like NSF or NIH or DARPA to support hard tech? Where are the gaps? Whoever wants to take it first.
Sure, I'll go first. So clearly there have been some hard tech companies funded by VC, so it's like possible, right? But I don't think it's happened at the sort of the scale that we need it to happen at. So and I think this is just driven by the sort of rate of return calculation that I mentioned earlier. It's just not fast. You're not able to get the returns fast enough relative to what the VC companies want. So I think there is a role for alternative funding mechanisms. From billionaires just funding like hobby companies. Like Sergey Brin has an airship company, which is awesome. But then also like government funding. I think my sense, I'm not an expert in NSF, NIH, et cetera, but NIH has a $40 billion budget, and that's a lot of money. We should be getting a lot of return for that. It's not obvious to me that that's being spent like super efficiently. It takes months to apply for an NIH grant. So the whole process moves very slowly. I think one idea that I think is really interesting for a way that government could fund some of this sort of transformative innovation is something that Tom Khalil mentioned on Friday on one of these panels, which is the idea of focused research organizations that Adam Marblestone came up with. I'm really bullish on that. So the idea is you have an organization set up for the purpose of making some big transformative breakthrough that's well specified, and they're funded by either philanthropy or by government to solve that problem in an intense and cross-disciplinary way. And then when it's done, it disbands. So I think that would be a really interesting model of, take, $50 to $100 million and go solve something that would be transformative. And then, maybe spawn, a handful of companies, maybe at the end of the day, that actually go and productize that breakthrough. So I think that's a really interesting model and something we should look more at in the future.
The other thing Tom Khalil mentioned on Friday that I just delighted in and have been thinking about all weekend is that students, when they go to college, should consider a major, but also take a problem and take that on And because those are the jobs that we get when we come out of school. You don't get a like history or philosophy job. You get a help me solve this problem job. So I think that could help in this hard tech area. Kumar, I don't mean to step on your toes. Tell us what you think about this funding challenge, where it should come from.
I sort of think about it as like a pyramid. At the base of the pyramid are the sort of core R&D investments that the government makes. And I think there's lots of great ideas that are coming up around what are ways that we can make those investments. And I think we need to, boost our R&D budget. We're falling behind, especially on a, GDP rate compared to our historical averages, and certainly compared to, kind of the space race period of the American sort of 20th century, but also compared to like China and a number of other major economies. So I think one is we need to boost the core rate, but I also think like a number of innovations that the field is coming up with should be experimented with, right? Like let's have more of these focused research organizations. Let's invest in more platform technologies and tools, right? So one of the big things that I always find interesting is like we invest in the research, but not the tools that drive the research, even though the tools end up being the thing that ends up driving a lot of productivity. So, CRISPR is ultimately a tool that allows much faster, around gene editing. So like, what are ways that we are investing in the tools, the platform technologies? I think at the next level is, what is the funding ecosystem for the ventures that come out of the R&D ecosystem? And I think, the federal government does some of that through the SBIR program and others. There's lots of good ideas for how those can continue to be updated and strengthened. But what is then that ecosystem of venture capital and others? And I think there are certainly VCs who are trying to innovate on this, but VC really made its bones on software. And I think thinking about what are the mix of funding vehicles that are going to help really grow this. So like one classic example someone gave me is, in the hard tech space, there's a key challenge, which is what they call first plant risk. So you have developed some core technology that is showing really high results. You need to have the financing to build the first major manufacturing plant to make it at scale. That's like this weird middle area where you don't usually go to VCs to build your first manufacturing plant. But usually if you went to project finance folks, they would say, oh, well, how many other of these factories have you built? And you say, no, this is my first one, and so there are ways that we have to build capital structures to sort of catch people at all the key growth points, just like we do this in the software space, where we have seed rounds and series and others. And so I think people are starting to think about this and saying, look, if we want this ecosystem to thrive, we have to let people, because I think it's easy to say we need more SpaceXs, but we actually have to think about there were so many points for Tesla or SpaceX where they could have run out of money because, Tesla had these problems around how do we get the production capacity up? And, like actually producing cars at scale is as much of an engineering challenge as making the first one. And so, I think thinking about those elements and how to finance them ends up mattering a lot.
So we have about 5 minutes left, and I feel like we have to talk about what happened over the weekend. And a lot has happened between Reboot Day 1 and Day 2. Namely, we have a new administration and a different makeup of the House and Senate. And I would love to hear from each of you 2 or 3 actionable policy recommendations for this next Congress and next administration. Kumar, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah. So, I think it was right there in their, speeches that the president-elect and the vice president-elect gave on Saturday night, which is they talked about putting science and the forces of hope right there in the center of the administration. Since then, the transition website has been posted, and they've got a series of proposals both on economic recovery, on climate, and on COVID. And I think there's pretty serious things that they've already put on the radar screen. So for example, the idea that we should be using the Defense Production Act to be able to accelerate production on key items in COVID response. The fact that we need to be using, data science to better understand and track the disease. So my sense is that, there's if I had a couple of sort of top line things, I think one is government should be thinking very aggressively about how to use its procurement authority. Similar to what Eli was saying, that often we just think about innovation on just the R&D side of the ledger. But government as purchaser is actually a really powerful vehicle. So the classic example of this is, hey, you can actually boost the production of the electrical vehicle market by actually having the government actually become a major purchaser, right? You can actually, so what are ways that its procurement authority can thrive on what it wants to see? I think a second area is, there's a lot of interest in using the way that DARPA invests in R&D and actually carrying that across a number of the broader set of federal agencies. And so there's interest in bringing that to HHS. There's interest in how to bring that to, the Department of Labor and other parts of the government. And I think that obviously has to be done thoughtfully, but this idea that we need to be doing more breakthrough R&D, I think is going to matter a lot on a number of our challenges. And then I would say the last thing is that government is going to have to rebuild. There's been a lot of brain drain, and I think issuing a call to technologists to come and serve is going to matter a lot. And I think the only way you actually make all these things work, especially is if people are sort of hearing this conversation and saying, oh my God, I really do think we could be doing a better job on, how the government invests in hard tech. Those are actually jobs that, NIH or HHS or DARPA and others. And it'd be great to have people sort of actually sit in those roles and actually make government work better.
Eli, what about you?
So I thought it was very inspiring what Joe Biden said over the weekend about, it's time to heal the country. And I just think, the best way to do that is to actually address a lot of these issues that Kumar and has been saying, and that we've all been talking about. We need broad-based growth in this country so that people aren't hurting so much, and so that people aren't acting in a zero-sum way. The country's lost its mind for the last 4 years, and I think that this is a lot of the reason why is that it is kind of it has been kind of a fixed pie, and we need to grow the pie so that everybody can feel like their way of life isn't so threatened. And so if I had 5 minutes with the vice president or the president-elect, I would say, I think that your impulse to heal the country is exactly 100% right. And like the way to do that is to try to grow the economy as much as possible in the next 4 years. And in terms of specific things, like I already mentioned, focused research organizations. I think it's like a great thing to make a big bet on, maybe $1 billion, which would fund, a dozen or so of these FROs. Maybe, I think working on permitting, I think would be a really big deal in terms of, find ways that you can develop like sort of categories of activities that can be exempt from some of these permitting requirements. So that's, to me, like that's the big thing. He's on the right track, and I hope that he can deliver that sort of like healing through economic growth over the next 4 years.
That's great. Kumar and Eli, thanks so much for this. And I just have one last thing, a plug that I have to make for Reboot, which is if you go to their website and on the main page, they have these postcards. They're in the public domain. You can click through them, and they are visions, drawings made in the 1890s of what the year 2000 would look like. And the technologies in them are amazing. There's like flying firefighters and levitating cars, and all of the, automatic barbers and all of these things. So I would love it if we all took a few minutes to make our own postcards of what like the year 2050 looks like, and what amazing hard tech innovations we can come up with, and then put ourselves to the test. So thank you all. Thanks, Reboot, for having us.
So much.
All right, thanks, guys. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Parker Thompson, welcome to Reboot.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So I'm going to do the most conventional thing and ask you the literal title of this event, because we're very direct with it. Like, sort of, what at a core level, and I should do a better introduction of you. Obviously, you're at TNT Ventures. You've been in this space a long time. You've sort of been through 5 or 6 different narrative shifts in Silicon Valley, but you're also very prolific about what's going on in DC. So you're a great person to have this conversation with. But especially given the election results this weekend, as we're sort of looking forward, what do you think fundamentally DC doesn't understand about Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to understand Silicon Valley, there's sort of 2 areas I might focus on as DC, right? Sort of one is how do we think, right? And the other is, what are our politics? And I think DC actually probably misunderstands both of those things. So, forgive a little bit of a history lesson, but I think it's instructive. I think if you want to understand the modern Silicon Valley, which I would sort of define as post 95 internet Silicon Valley, right? You kind of got to start in 95 when Microsoft was the evil empire and we hated them all and we kind of lived in their shadow. And I think the narrative of sort of 95 to 2001 was open wins, right? So open source, open internet, right? Open networks. That was the formative narrative for every single person who's running a tech company in the Valley, whether they started in 95 or 2005, right? Which, there are some interesting differences there. So, as you carry forward how we built these companies that everybody's talking about today, right? We built them on that premise. Open wins, right? So if you think about, for example, the Cambridge Analytica scandal, right? The whole idea was Facebook was like, well, we got to be open to win. We got to allow anybody to build on our platform. And sort of the narrative that's been retrofitted onto that is these scumbags are trying to steal your data, right? It's exactly the opposite. They were trying to enable small business. And I think what we all learned along the way was actually the natural state of these networks is not per se open, right? And you see that now, right? Facebook Twitter almost died as a company trying to be too open. It's kind of an interesting historical story there. And so we're now in the process of trying to grapple with what it means to be Microsoft, right? What it means to be these 800-pound gorillas that are closed, and that's sort of the natural state. I think when you layer onto that sort of this belief that we all had that tech is just an unmitigated good in the world, right? Like the things that we're doing can't not be good, right? If you start with that premise, you build technologies in a certain way. And it turns out that premise is wrong, right? These are just tools. People use them in different ways. And so I think we have also spent many years kind of coming to grips with that and trying to understand what the implications are and how we should behave as people who are pushing this technology forward, right? So you might look from the outside and say, these people are just idiots. Like, obviously there's going to be Nazis and you got to deal with the Nazis, right? But that's just, not where we started. And we've all been working through that with our therapists for quite a while now, right? So that would be how I would think about the technology bit of it. And just to make a plug, for folks who really want to understand this, there's a great podcast series called the Internet History Podcast. It's phenomenal. Just start at Netscape and move forward. And I think that you'll understand these companies and this culture a lot better. The other aspect of it is political, right?
Before we get to political, let's actually hit a couple points within sort of like how are we thinking? I like why you're framing this around 1995, 2000-ish is Microsoft is the evil empire. Within the DC sort of framework, the evil empire is now sort of like the big four, right? So you're sort of, the people would sort of say like the big tech companies, Apple, Facebook, Google, do you think Silicon Valley looks at those big tech companies today, the dominant players, the same way people were looking at Microsoft in the 90s?
Absolutely not. And I'll give you a good story, right? They, when Yahoo launched, they purposely tried to frame themselves as a directory, this thing outside of a media company, rather. So they weren't competing with competing with Microsoft on the internet. They were a media company, right? I think you had to frame yourself as non-competitive with the thing that you couldn't beat in 1995. And I think today that's not the case, right? I would say the only, I guess Amazon is a company I would personally be afraid to compete with, but that's because they don't care about profit, right? Like, yeah. So I'm looking for 90% margins. I can't compete against that, right? Google arguably is challenging to compete against in certain ways, although we're seeing just an explosion of companies competing with various aspects of their business, right? You might see in the early stage productivity applications, which maybe have not made it to DC, but are just exploding here, billion-dollar companies. Facebook, there's a new competitor every day. We'll fund those, right? So I think as you look at these companies, they are not stifling competition in a way that maybe Microsoft was in the 90s, right? So I think the narrative around monopoly is very overstated, right? I think when we're talking about that conversation, we should be talking about anti-competitive practices as opposed to a structural inability to compete with these companies.
So you don't buy the kill zone narrative, the idea that that no one will fund any. I mean, I guess you're a VC yourself, so do you not buy the idea that there is this large inability to get funding to compete with these companies then?
I mean, it's factually not true, right? Like you can just look at the data. I mean, this just is not a subjective question. You can look at the data, right? So just to give you an example, I mean, the talk of the town has been this company Clubhouse. Andreessen Horowitz just put $10 million into this thing, right? It's not a direct competitor to Facebook in the sense that it's not a feed-based social network, but it is a competitor, right? Like we are competing for time on the internet in these network effect spaces. So I think there's certainly a conversation we can have around how would you facilitate that, right? How would you make it less likely that these companies die in some sort of kill zone? And I think you can look at it in terms of like different, like it may be true for certain sets of applications, but it's just not broadly true, in my opinion.
Great. So yeah, let's get to your point on how I think it's Silicon Valley's politics, if that's this thing that's not understood.
Yeah, I think this is another thing that my observation, and I want to maybe make a provocative statement, and we can get into it, which is, people from DC tell me DC is a crazy place, right? It's very different than America. I would say that Silicon Valley is more different than DC is with America, or more different than America than DC is, right? Silicon Valley is a crazy place. Its politics are very different. And I think they're misunderstood from the outside. Again, going back in the internet era, right into the 80s and even 70s, I mean, this is a place that we've just been left alone to build technology and no one's been paying attention. And we just made a crap ton of money doing it. We are all positive sum thinkers, capitalist, free market, creative destruction, right? Your company goes under, you get another job. There's just no fear of markets here. And I think that's actually very different than America. I mean, I think if you look at the political right in America today, you have, populists and authoritarians and various flavors of that. I think you sort of see that on the left as well, right? Like the political consensus in America has various ways of thinking about markets, but nobody's like, heck yeah, let's burn it down and build it back up, right? So I think the premise in Silicon Valley is that we are all, relatively free market and in the extreme in a way that America is not. So I think when you look at the left in Silicon Valley, that's really about what the Niskanen Center might call the free market welfare state, right? Like we believe in free markets driving innovation and government facilitating that, right? So we're happy to invest in society because we believe that works, right? There's the kind of more classical libertarian side here, right? So small government here is not populist, right? Small government is actual classical libertarian, like now the government shouldn't have schools, right?
Yeah. So we're debating the fire department at a certain point.
Yeah. So I think when people outside of Silicon Valley look at Silicon Valley, they just see whatever is not their politics, right? Because they're thinking on a left-right spectrum that doesn't really map to the way that the Silicon Valley discourse is going here. So I think it's very natural for people outside. Like I have conversations with people outside, and they're whatever they are, they're like, you're a fascist Republican or you're a socialist, right? Like I'm never anything in between. And so I think that is, to me, a point of friction in the conversation between tech and the rest of the country.
Completely. So I'm curious, to your provocative point, what do you think DC sort of shares with the rest of America? Because that's obviously like not the sort of right? That's like the opposite of like the received wisdom, obviously.
I mean, you can tell me, right? Like I don't spend time in DC, so it's hard for me. It's much harder for me to talk about DC. So I read about DC, right? So I probably understand DC about as well as folks who only read about Silicon Valley understand it.
Yeah, of course. We're talking about Silicon Valley. We had, Joe Lonsdale on a few hours ago, and he's leaving Silicon Valley. He's going to Austin. People are decentralizing in different ways. Can you sort of speak about how the dynamic around how SV people think and their politics were changed as certain parts of the Valley ecosystem decentralized? Can you sort of speak to that idea? Or is that even a theme, or is that a narrative? I'm just curious what you think of that broad narrative.
Yeah, I guess I'm skeptical that people's politics change much. I think we just apply them to what we apply the narrative that we already hold to the facts as they come at us, right? Mm-hmm. So Joe has always been a guy who is very on the libertarian camp, right? And travels in those circles. So now's a great time to move to Texas, get that tax rate. It fits your narrative, right? I mean, I will say, the received wisdom when I started in venture in 2013 was you can't build a billion-dollar company outside of Silicon Valley. In fact, I remember a good friend of mine, big VC invested in him and said, you can't even, this was actually years before, this more like 2005, you have to move out of San Francisco. You have to build it in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So we went from Palo Alto to then somebody did it in San Francisco, and then you could kind of do it here to then people sort of diffusing out into the world. So I think the narrative that Silicon Valley was the place that you had to be if you wanted to do something meaningful was already dying. And the last 9 months have been about just, smashing in half. So I think in 10 years, you will still see at least a plurality and maybe a majority of billion-dollar companies built within 30 miles of my home, but it won't be the only way to do it, and it won't be the only place to do it. So I think this is probably actually good for the rest of the country and good for the world.
Yeah. So I guess to your point about the next 10 years, and so the point is you're not exactly bullish on the idea that decentralization itself is going to win out over sort of like the in-person network effects or those sort of things.
I mean, are you ready to go back to the office?
Yes. I hate this.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm telling my kids to not come in here so I can do this call. Yeah. No, I think people, I think the way that we're going is we're going to see offices that are hybrid, right? So, like I have a friend who's starting a company that's just about building software for the way that they believe offices are going to exist, right? So teams are going to come together a couple days a week in the office. You're going to be there, and then you're going to be at home, or you're going to have more flexible schedules. So I think we'll see a lot more of that. But I personally am a believer that, if you want to move up in an organization, you need to be in HQ. There is a remote glass ceiling. So you're going to be able to be an individual contributor anywhere you want, but that's already been the case for 15 years, right? So, I've had coworkers my entire career in Silicon Valley who've been, fully remote in Tucson, Arizona, or over here or whatever, because that fits their lifestyle. They just aren't upper management.
Yeah, completely. So back to the sort of more political side of things, how, obviously Joe Biden won over the weekend. That's the difference between Friday. How do you think a Biden administration will change the way tech is sort of thinking about politics? Not thinking, but just sort of react. Because I think the thing that must have been terrifying the past 4 years is the idea if you're sort of a tech person, especially in sort of sensitive industries, sort of like wake up every morning and you're wondering, what's the tweet today? If you're at Uber, you're sort of wondering, is there going to be, who would have thought that Uber's surge policies would turn into this hyper political thing with a protest in New York in 2017? So how do you think this dynamic will change at all?
I mean, it's hard to know. It's hard to know exactly what the implications are, right? So we may see some antitrust action, right? We may see capital gains rates change. We may see some things that affect us, but my perspective would be, in general, there's just so much opportunity, so much money to be made, so many things to be built, that we're just going to keep doing that, and maybe we'll be taxed a little bit more. Maybe the larger companies will be regulated. So I think the broad strokes are we're just going to keep on keeping on. and then we'll see exactly what the details look like, right? So, for example, I'm relatively concerned about the privacy legislation that passed in California here. We may see that happen in Washington. That would just be a train wreck for small businesses, for innovation. So, it's hard to know exactly what fires are going to start. I mean, the sort of the silver lining of the Trump administration was that it was entirely incompetent and PR based, right? So Trump can tweet about breaking up Amazon. They're not going to do it, right? So I think we maybe were more concerned in the last 4 years, but in terms of actual concrete policy, we may see more policy happen in the next 4. It's just hard to know.
Yeah, totally. And I think the last sort of policy-ish question is, do you have any sort of broad thoughts on the content moderation debate, which obviously sort of in the last week of the election, I'm sure you have thoughts on it, but yeah, just do you have any broad sort of perspective on how, is this, to your framework of the tweets about Amazon, will this just be something that's a hullabaloo, but nothing fundamentally changes, especially with divided government? What are your thoughts there?
Well, so yeah, it's an interesting question. I have a lot of thoughts on it. I think that I think what DC does not understand is that the frame of the debate is nonsensical, right? So when you think about Facebook, for example, Facebook could show you thousands or tens of thousands of items, right? Units of content. Your time is the bottleneck there, right? You as a consumer want it to be filtered, right? So there is going to be a filter. We're not going to make the filter illegal. We can just regulate the filter to be beneficial to one party or another, right? So there's no such thing as not censoring within these products. The question is just who's censoring and how are they doing it, right? My personal preference is to not have government doing that. Other people can disagree. I think that's important, right? Like, we're not talking about whether we're going to censor. It's just like, that's the way the world works because we have limited time and unlimited content, right? So the question is just, are these companies doing a good job, and what could we do to make them do a better job? I tend to think that the right approach is cultural. I tend to think that it's underappreciated how much tech people don't want to work for the Marlboro Man. And so if you're sitting inside Facebook and you believe that you're working for the Marlboro Man, you either want to change that or get out, and talent matters. So I tend to think the solutions to these things are cultural. The other point I guess I would make is, we are often hearing the sort of the suggestion that, look, these are where people are, these are the public square, right? And I just fundamentally reject that premise. I think the internet is the public square, and the old meme, like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Like, Twitter is the Wendy's, right? Like, you're in there yelling, and good for you. Go out in the public square and try to earn an audience. So I am personally a believer in the right to free speech as opposed to the right to free reach. And I think that I think we're gonna, like, really, when you get into the details of how you might regulate speech on these platforms, I just don't see concrete policy proposals that, in my opinion, make the world better. Yeah. If you think about putting the other political party in charge of the machine that decides what we see, right? So I think that's worth saying. Gosh, I'm trying to think if there's anything else there. I mean, I could go on for ages about this, but that's probably a good place to stop.
No, I mean, what's interesting of what you just said, and I don't want to bring Joe into this too much, but this is juxtaposed nicely. He sort of framed this around, to your point about this not being the public square. His sort of articulation was that these companies act as if they are the public square, and they aspire to be the public square, and they frame themselves as such. So I don't. So that part of the dynamic. So this is interesting then. So I can buy that this is a Wendy's argument, to put a title on that, but to what degree is it the responsibilities of companies themselves to articulate that point?
Well, look, calling yourself a platform is something you do to get a high valuation, right? We all want to invest in a platform. Like, what's important for us when thinking about policy is not what these people say they are, right? In fact, actually, they usually say the opposite, right? If you have a terrible business, you call yourself a monopoly. If you call yourself a monopoly, you say that we're a terrible business, competition's a click away, whatever, right? So it's actually probably important for us to forget about what they call themselves and think about what they are, right? So I tend to think that they are businesses on the public square as opposed to the public square. I mean, I think Joe, I just fundamentally disagree with the premise that like, well, this is where everybody is, therefore you have a right to speak here.
Yeah, completely. So last topic relating to your day job then, we're in COVID, this is the time to build, insert like branding phrase. What are you interested in investing right now? Your fund recently started up, but what are you excited about?
Well, so we have a relatively narrow focus, right? We focus on enterprise SaaS. So, the policy world doesn't touch us as much as it might some of these other things. I think we're just excited. The world sucks, right? It's full of terrible processes, inefficient businesses, terrible software. We are in a target-rich environment, and so I just think there's the bottleneck to making money in Silicon Valley is talent, right? Like venture is such a teeny little market with so little money, right? And you talk about early stage venture because it's just trying to find good businesses to invest in, but the world is full of problems. So we're excited just about great founders building, anything they're building, right? So I gave you an example of a founder that I know who just started a business making scheduling software for these new workplaces, right? Like, what's the workplace going to look like? How are we going to run it? Like facilities management, kind of boring, but whatever. It's great business. So we're real excited there. I think when you zoom out and you look more broadly at, where can we go and vis-a-vis government policy, right? I think the biggest levers the government has that can be useful are creating the right market incentives, right? So for example, today we implicitly subsidize carbon. That has retarded the development of clean energy technologies. There's people working on synthetic meat products, for example, super interesting technology. That stuff would be a lot more viable and get a lot more capital if the markets were properly oriented around pricing and the externalities. So I think those are things government can be thinking about in terms of maximizing the innovation that's coming out of tech more broadly than what I'm focused on. For what it's worth, I will say a debate. Joe and I might disagree on capital gains rates. So Joe might say it's going to be a disaster if we tax capital gains as income. I would love to make more money. I would love to not have my income taxed, but I tend to think that that's really marginal, right? Like, we're building technology. We're going to fund anything that has that 100x potential, and we'll be taxed as we're taxed. So maybe bring it back to the policy in DC there.
Yeah. So last question with 2 minutes to go. What do you think, from your reading, to your point, what do you think Silicon Valley doesn't get about DC, right? We sort of started with what does DC not get? What do you think Silicon Valley doesn't understand around like the broader dynamic here?
Silicon Valley is phenomenally unsophisticated about policy and politics, right? Because we just we didn't have to deal with that to build these companies, right? So we're incredibly unsophisticated. So I think we just don't understand very much at all. And I think what that means is sometimes it may look like we're playing 10D chess when we're not even understanding the rules to the checkers that are happening in DC. So I think that's worth keeping in mind, right? Like, there is still a lot of misunderstanding, probably bidirectionally, just because we're out here going like, we never had to think about politics at all. In fact, we just didn't think it was useful. And now you guys are trying to regulate us and talking about us. So I guess we got to engage with it.
That's great. Well, Parker, thank you so much for joining. This is really helpful. Hopefully someone on either side understands something after this.
Yeah, I think so. And anybody, feel free to reach out to me if, I'd love to talk about policy stuff. Actually, my grad work was in intellectual property policy. So it's not a big headline one, but I love to nerd out with that on people, with people on that, and happy to keep the dialogue going.
Great, thanks.
All right, thanks. Have a good one.
We'll start.
Okay, we are live with Riva Tez, Judge Clark. Judge, you are at the Cicero Institute. Riva, you are at Intel and are a Lincoln Network Policy Hacker Fellow. Thank you so much for coming. How are you guys doing?
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you.
we were discussing this off stage, but Riva, you win the Reboot Award for most diverse background. It's not, you can't turn it into anything, but that's something.
I just never do videos on my course so that people don't know how unprofessional my backgrounds are, but for you guys, I'll make an exception. So.
Of course. So we are talking about California. And apparently I'm a horrible booker because Riva, you no longer live in California, and Judge, in 2 months or so, you're moving to Austin. So maybe that says something about California. We could get into that, but this isn't technically a Californians about California topic since I'm out in DC. But thanks for coming either way.
Well, I'm not even American, so some element of a British accent in Vegas talking on this topic, I think, has extra hubris, but I'm arrogant enough to handle it, so I'll go for it anyway.
So here's the best place to start. Before COVID, because insert COVID changes everything, trends accelerate, we've all heard the sort of framework there. Before COVID, how would you sum up your thoughts on California? Especially because I believe you both were living there and at least were staying there. So let's start with you, Judge. How were you sort of thinking about California basically in February?
Well, in many ways, California is an incredibly successful state. It's still the largest state in the union, about 40 million people. It still, by many measures, has the highest average per capita income, at least close with other states like Connecticut and New Jersey. But on the other hand, it also has cost of living adjusted, the highest poverty rate in the nation. It also has a net outflow of migrants to other states consistently for the past 10, 20 years. It also has a tax system that's very variable, and during recessions like the one we're facing right now, tends to be incredibly erratic and very dangerous for the state. So it's a state with an immense amount of talent, immense amount of resources, immense amount of companies and money, but a lot of problems that are becoming very manifest right now during the COVID crisis.
How about you, Riva?
Yeah, I when I was prepping for this call, actually, one of the things I noticed when I was looking at the exodus numbers of California and the Bay Area was that actually in 2019, 74% of millennials had plans to leave the Bay Area within 5 years. So I wonder if it's, as much as we blame COVID for this, mass exodus, the sentiment was already there. Much to Judge's point that there are these, issues around inequality and house pricing and homelessness and dangerous threats on the streets and stuff. So COVID may have been an accelerator to that, but there was definitely a sentiment before it anyway. And most of the people that I know who've left California, I was leaving before COVID even happened. I mean, people think I timed it correctly and must be some sort of spy, but it was very much a sentiment that seems to be accelerated by the pandemic, if anything.
So Judge and to Riva, Judge, your colleague Joe Lonsdale decided to start off today's Reboot with the statement that people who are fat and happy will stay in sort of Palo Alto, the Bay Area. Those who are interested in building will leave to places like Austin, like you're sort of talking about. So without asking you to contradict him too much, could you all just sort of speak to the idea of the sort of generational change that you could hypothetically be seeing here when it comes to where people are going to want to go from a building the future perspective?
Yeah, so he's right. The people here will largely stay. There is an exodus. People have been leaving gradually. As I mentioned, about 500,000 people leave the state for other states every year. Those are largely working class families, people who can't afford a house, people who can't do other things. The main difference, and that's hurting the state, but there's also a net international inflow of migrants into the state, which is balancing the population more or less. Yeah, the real difference is you're just not going to attract the same sort of talented people that California used to attract in the past. With by far and away the highest cost of living in the nation and the highest cost of housing and renting in the nation, people aren't very interested in paying $4,000 a month for a one-bedroom home in San Francisco when they can get a decent-sized house outside of Houston or Dallas for that. So on the margin, California will probably keep losing a lot of its working class families to other states. Yeah, the people who are successful here are going to stay, but it's not going to keep attracting the new exciting entrepreneurial people it did in the past. And as long as the cost of living is high, as long as the quality of life is not good, that's not going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, how about you, Riva?
Yeah, and to Judge's point, it seems to be an age thing as well around, the stat that I referred to earlier about the 74%, it was millennials who were thinking about leaving, right? Because if you want to start a family or, save the money from your great paying tech job and you're giving so much in taxes plus to rent, plus you don't have a yard and an earthquake risk and smokes from fires. It's not exactly the kind of place where you think, I'm going to stick roots for the next 10 years and start a family here, which is one of the things I was thinking too. And it's going to, and one of the things I also see especially on Twitter or on social media is this kind of divide around people who say, no, we're long California, we're long San Francisco. And I know privately a lot of them are just homeowners, right? So it's like a difference between homeowners and renters. Like the renters, like I got out, many of us have got out, and Austin and Miami seem to be big hubs for this. Not many in Vegas. I think I know like 2, which is one of the reasons why I also picked it. You're going to have this generational issue where maybe it'll become, like a retiree town, right? Like it'll just become a place where the former tech success people lived, and the young people who want to establish their lives will maybe come and make some money, and then leave, which is, the kind of exodus that we've been seeing.
So, Judge, you're obviously, despite moving, you're still deeply engaged with policy. So as we're thinking up these issues, and Reva, thank you for sort of bringing up the fact that most of what we're talking about doesn't really have that much to do with COVID, right? Obviously, rent was terrible before COVID. Those cost of living issues were terrible before COVID. So, Judge, let's just sort of focus on policy then, right? So as you're thinking about California, like what would you sort of say are your sort of top line priorities if you're someone who's remaining, or if you're someone who's going to these new sort of cities? Because the sort of joke is everyone's moving to Austin and they're bringing their California problems with them. So it's not as if you're actually solving anything. So what's your top line?
So what Reva mentioned is correct. Far and away, the biggest issue in California is the cost of housing. House in most of America, usually a decent-sized suburban house, say over 2,000 square feet, is going to set you back, say, around $200,000. In San Francisco, San Jose, it's going to cost you well over $1 million. So we're talking about 4 to 5 times higher than the rest of the country. That is absolutely obscene, and there's no reason why a lot of people will move to a place that's going to cost 5 times what they're paying elsewhere. Maybe for, as we've also pointed out, a quality of life not that much better. Everything from the human waste on the streets to the smoke blanket in the skies doesn't offer a lot of reasons for people to move in a very high cost area. So my biggest focus by far is trying to bring that cost of housing down. And the way to do that is what you think, a lot less regulation on housing building. But one of my main focus too is actually to try to change the political incentives so local governments try to approve housing again. Right now, the state has really messed up the sort of fiscal and political incentives for local governments to allow more people to move there, allow more houses to be built. And we can talk about that more later, but reducing that cost of housing is probably the #1 issue to try to get people back into California. I guess the last thing I do before turning it over here is there are 2 ways to do that. One, reduce the cost of housing by dropping the demand, by making it so unlivable that people want to move away, or just driving people away with the bad taxes and the rest, or the advantages of other places during COVID. Ideally, affordable for everybody. That will remain the biggest single goal for changing California policy.
Yeah, and Reva, less from sort of if you have direct policy thoughts, that's great too. But sort of as you sort of think about the issues that you you were seeing in San Francisco, what would your priorities be when it comes to addressing them? Or what's important?
Yeah, I do love the idea that maybe California governance is like heavy accelerationism to a better world, because then it would make a bit more sense in the policy decisions they've been making. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things about California policy that just annoyed me that caused me to leave. For instance, the smoke. I mean, we talk about environmentalism in California, and there's a very strong progressive push around the environment. And I mean, Jerry Brown himself vetoed bills that would have taken actions against overhead utility wire threats back in 2016. And Gavin Newsom's making some sort of earthquake tracking app and banning straws or whatever he's doing. So it's like we don't have this actionability, and there's a point where you don't feel safe, right? There was an element where when I was talking to my friends during the pandemic, we were in lockdown, and we were in lockdown too in Vegas, but they also had smoke, and they don't have a yard, and all of these issues. But the policy incentives seem very off. It doesn't seem to be about accountability to actually solve the problem. It's about signaling that you're doing something. Like everyone can go to a restaurant and see that they've banned straws, or go to a supermarket and see that we've banned plastic bags, and believe that they're doing something. And they don't know about the corruption going behind the scenes that goes from the utility companies to Jerry Brown's campaign field, so campaign funds. So there's an element where it feels in California that the perspective around policy, and it's not just in California, it's probably everywhere in the world, which is that it doesn't pass the marshmallow test, right? It's like, we'll always take the thing that's the easiest first thing, to like eat the initial marshmallow, but we won't wait or do the hard thing to get the later prize down the line. And we end up with all of these issues kind of compounding over time, and no one taking we don't have any politicians that I can think of in California that want to take the time to sit and say, this has got to stop. We've got to have accountability for homelessness, and not just blame the climate for climate change, but also our bad policy decisions, and go from there. And without accountability and incentives, California will be doomed, and as will any other place that doesn't have incentives and accountability.
Yeah, that's actually good to build on a point you were making, Judge, about focusing on the local political incentives that are driving the system. I mean, I'm from Oregon, so it's sort of a smaller scale version of a lot of the dynamics in California, especially relating to sort of an issue of an uncompetitive political system, which sort of drives these issues. If you add an uncompetitive political system to sort of the hyper-nationalization of politics, you don't really have a situation where there's incentive to take action. So how do you think broadly about just that topic of governance, to Reva's points?
Yeah, so I think, just like you mentioned, sort of the hyper-nationalization of politics is a big problem in terms of it shifts people's attentions from a lot of local issues. Like the famous line from Tip O'Neill, the old Massachusetts congressman, that all politics is local. Most political scientists say that's no longer true, and there's a lot of downsides to this. Recent political scientist Alan Abramovich says all politics today is national. A lot of people very much like Governor Newsom in California because he's very anti-Trump, and they really don't care as much about whether or not he's keeping the streets clean, or whether or not he's keeping the fires down, or keeping the smoke away, or the rest of it. That nationalization of politics is giving a lot less air for local politicians and state politicians to solve these problems. But so besides that political incentive, which is destructive in and of itself, there's also just the centralization of politics in Sacramento in the state government as opposed to all of the local governments. And now a lot of my YIMBY friends, these groups, Yes in My Backyard, they're trying to encourage more housing construction, would disagree with me on this. But I think one of the main problems in California is actually so much of what now happens in California goes through Sacramento and then goes back down to the local level. So basically all education funding goes up to the state and then it spins back down to the state level. To the local level. In most of the country, it's not like that. You raise money in your backyard for a new housing development or a new business or a new factory, your local government gets to keep a lot of that money. And so you have an incentive to say, yeah, sure, let's bring the business here. Let's bring the new neighbor here. Let's bring the new housing here. And right now they say, why would I vote to allow a new housing development or a new business or new whatever? All that money is going 200 miles away to Sacramento and could go to some other community. So just like I think there's a lot of benefits nationally to try to move politics down to the federal level or to the state level, the same thing happens on the state. We got to move a lot more of that policy down to the local level to allow these local governments to compete with each other in terms of quality of life, in terms of the fiscal gains they can get from development, all the rest of it. And right now, that centralization trend is just keeping on in California, and that's preventing that sort of efflorescence of different policy ideas we need to get the state back on track.
Yeah, so we obviously can't talk about any of this without bringing in the fact that Joe Biden was declared the winner this weekend. How much, to sort of both of y'all's points about sort of the nationalization of politics, how much do you think sort of a Biden era would like positively or negatively affect these sort of dynamics, especially to the point about sort of the question with Gavin Newsom isn't like, how are you performing with, like crap on the streets? It's like, how are you doing at checking and dunking on President Trump? How much is this going to change? I'll start with you, Reva.
Oof. Well, one of my concerns, I was both surprised and well, when I saw how many Californians voted for Trump, it was interesting for me, I mean, a little bit more than in 2016, that there was kind of like two ways that you could think about California and then the rest of the country, which is a lot of people look at California and say, like, this isn't a model of how we want the rest of the country to go. And a lot of people look at California and say, this is a model we maybe want the rest of the country to. And there's probably a third, more powerful kind of mix, which is maybe this isn't the way that we want the rest of the country to go, but we really hate Trump, right? So there's some element of that. But what happens if you turn America, which seems to be some of the Democratic Party kind of progressive angle, if you turn America into California, if that Californianization of America happens? And I think there's this kind of Hollywood, LA dream that the future conversations are going to be about, I don't know, Lady Gaga's glitter supply or something. But I don't think that's what the conversation will be. I think just as how we had an exodus from California, we'll end up having conversations about whether or not an exit tax from the US to renounce citizenship is fair at 23.8%. I can imagine these are going to be conversations that if we allow the really progressive parts of California to come through to the rest of America. And the role of the Democratic Party, I think, for the sake of America is to think about what has worked and what hasn't worked. And California is a breeding ground for, like, a testing ground to see kind of what has worked and what hasn't worked with some of these progressive policies.
Yeah, what do you think, Judge?
I largely agree with that. Now, so the main thing California wanted from a Biden presidency was a bailout. The budget is short by about a fourth this year. They're short $50 billion. And they really needed the federal government to give them a lot of cash to tide them over until the economy revived. It looks like with a split Senate or split Congress, that may not happen. So California's greatest wish may not come true, and they'll have to solve their fiscal problems themselves. But the main thing I think that people should learn from this direction, and I know we're going to get into the propositions too later, is that California voters are not ultra progressive necessarily. Just like if you think Florida voters that voted overwhelmingly for Trump are not all that conservative. Florida voted for a minimum wage increase. Illinois, deep blue Illinois, voted against a progressive income tax. And if you look at the referendums and ballot propositions in California, the libertarian position more or less swept them. They were against unionized extra officials for kidney dialysis centers. They were against the restrictions on gig economy. They were against another tax increase on businesses, local commercial property. The California voters are not the sort of ultra liberal bugbears of a lot of the conservative imagination. They're kind of the center moderate left that you think they'd be, and not that different from voters in much of the country. So I think in the future, like the Biden presidency, I think just like people will hopefully have less focus on just what your position vis-a-vis Trump is, and more focus on the local sort of issues, it will force this sort of the people in California and the elected officials to say, well, a lot of the policies we're getting that Reva mentioned about straws or plastic bags or the rest of it aren't that important. What voters care about is what they care about in the most of the country. Taxes, cost of living, healthcare. The polls are very consistent about that. And for those things, they're, the voters, even in California, are pretty moderate.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting to see if the Democratic Party can kind of learn how much they will learn from that those progressive narratives didn't work very well. And I took it as a very positive sign to see what the votes were on over the last week, because, like I said, living in California, you worry, okay, wait, does everybody around me think these policy changes, these ideas are good, right? You're like, does everybody around me think that banning straws is a good idea? It doesn't seem so from Twitter, but we're voting these people in. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes over time. But it did make me very optimistic that it was much, much more moderate in California than anybody projected.
Yeah, so before we get into AB 22, we should be fair and say, what is California doing right? Because Reva, I like your point about, in many ways, you could sort of articulate the idea that California is like the future of American politics. But what do you all see with California? Because obviously a lot of people want to move to California. There is LA, like there is San Francisco. These are iconic cities. Like what do you see as sort of the good parts of this state that any sort of bright future would sort of come from? We'll start with you, Judge.
I think the most important thing is still its people. California has an incredibly well-educated, incredibly diverse, incredibly productive citizenship. It remains, again, as I said, one of the highest income earning per capita, despite a very high poverty rate. And as long as California has that, it bodes well for the future. I mentioned the high housing prices. And as bad as that is, it is a better sign than having extremely low housing prices. We could obviously have housing prices like in Detroit, which you can get a nice house in Detroit for $7,000. That's not a sign of success. The fact that housing prices are so high here is a sign that supply is being kept too low, but it's also a sign that there's a lot of other productive people that want to work here. Policy-wise, there's not too much to recommend the California mode of governance right now, but they know that there are actually a lot of, because Reba was saying too, the voters still remain pretty moderate, and the economy itself remains pretty successful. And as long as they can keep a significant amount of those successful individuals here, California can still thrive.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in my case, I just want to say, even though I, wrote articles about leaving California, I love California. There was a reason why I gave up my home and my life back. I was living in Germany at the time. I visited California, and the people, San Francisco, especially 2014, 2015, or, even earlier, I can't remember when I first came out, 7 years ago. It was the Acropolis of our generation. You go into any room, and I felt great that I was probably the dumbest person in the room. It was such a melting pot of minds and beautiful nature. Like, you can do anything in California. It's one of the most beautiful, areas in the world. I love California. There's a part of me that felt very sad to leave. It was almost like I was giving up on something that I had really cared about. But there's some level where your care and your daily life becomes, you have to make a trade-off. And when I came back after I went to Turkey for 6 weeks at Christmas to see my parents. When I came back, there was, bin trash can fires outside my building, and my rent got put up to $5,000. And I was like, what am I doing? And I moved to Palo Alto, and I was bored out of my mind. So then that didn't work either. So, there's some element where I hope we can save California. I hope that the tech community, and there's some friends of mine that I'm really pushing to run for positions. We should get more involved. And if we can get more people involved, then, maybe we can do something really cool there. I don't think it's something that we should give up on. I think we just need to get high integrity people who care about accountability and incentives much, much more involved, and back them heavily, and find ways to save what is restore some level of living, quality to what is a beautiful place. So that would make me optimistic. And if anybody wants, I'm desperate to do that. So.
Yeah, so on the topic of sort of the tech community and politics, starting with you, Judge, what lessons can sort of tech or sort of more sort of pro-market oriented folks take from AB 22 and the way that sort of went?
Okay, yeah, and just for some background for those who don't know, recently there was a state Supreme Court ruling, and then later a state legislative law that passed that basically banned gig work. Most importantly, people like Uber or Lyft who are driving part-time, they would have to become full-time employees with healthcare and regulations in terms of hours and wages and all the rest of it. And Uber and Lyft and others said this might be the end of their business. And they might have left the state if that had stood. Also, to that extent, it actually made it very difficult for basic freelancers who were doing things like doing filming part-time or whatever to go about their business. Proposition was made to overturn that Supreme Court ruling and that legislative law, and it passed pretty resoundingly. And so that shows that most people didn't want these sort of restrictions. The tech industry did pay a lot of money for this, but unions and others also paid a lot of money on the other side. The simple victory came down to the fact that people didn't want to have the government restricting their ability to conduct their daily lives and their business. And again, like we saw in a lot of the other California ballot propositions, that held pretty true across the board.
Yeah, how about you, Reba?
Yeah, I only got to experience Prop 22 when I was in California. I would call an Uber, and it would give me the push notification saying, all our drivers think that this is good, whatever. And the thing that worried me, I haven't been so involved with California ballots, is that there was some element where I did worry a bit about how what will shape policy is less about, you know, democracy and knowledge. But if you're using a service and you get a push notification, again, it's a marshmallow test, right? If it says we're going to disrupt your service tomorrow, then you're going to do whatever you can to like follow that thing. And there's some element where that freaked me out a bit. I don't know anything about employment law. My hunch is that Prop 22 is the right thing, but I haven't looked into it enough at all. But there's some element where when we go into these debates, especially about technology, I do worry about what happens when you have the people who are making decisions as users on these platforms and you disrupt their service or you influence them in some way. Like when the discussions come out about Section 230, and if Google and Facebook and Twitter are pushing push notifications about it, like that's going to affect people. And then it means, you know, who has the power here? Does technology have the power? Does democracy have the power? Is there, you know, what's the fine line there about what should happen? And I honestly, like when I saw these Uber notifications saying, you know, our drivers don't want this to pass and we want to be exempt from AB5, I did think like, how do I know if this is right or not? I have no idea. It could be like the election 2020 polls. Like who knows what I'm being told? I was like, well, if the drivers want it, then that's the right thing. But the thing that concerned me more was that how is public opinion being shaped by the people who are so, you know, gaining from these things? I mean, $205 million spent by these tech companies for Prop 22 is the most well-funded ballot in U.S. history, let alone California. So, my concern is much more on the influence side. Maybe in this case it was for the right thing, but maybe in the next time it might not be for the right thing.
That's really interesting. And Judge, I want to bring this to you then. How do you think you should balance, to Reboot's framing of it, sort of like tech and democracy, basically the power that tech companies have when they wield it effectively, right? Because, you know, Parker Thompson and I were speaking right before this. His point was the tech community is incredibly naive about politics, and that's sort of a fundamental gap you've had just sort of evolve over 30, 40 years. So how do you think you balance, and I think to the point of this conversation, you're going to see AB 22 encourage much more aggressive work from the tech industry. How do you balance those dynamics?
So the tech industry has learned to get up to speed on politics pretty quickly. I forget the exact year, but as recently, I want to say, as 6 or 7 years ago, Facebook had 1 or 2 lobbyists in Washington. Now I think I want to say at least in the hundreds. So they have had to learn very quickly that politics matter. The old line that Trotsky said about war applies. Even if you don't care about politics, politics cares about you, and they've been forced to sort of engage on this. So on Uber and Lyft and a lot of the other groups, Airbnb, one of the important things the tech industry, as opposed to Facebook and the rest of it, had to learn pretty early, is they were always bumping against regulatory barriers. That their whole model existed on the fact that the existing regulation was favoring incumbents, and they had to find a way to get around that. And what they found is, they spent a lot of money often overcoming those local or state level initiatives. They did this in New York City in, I want to say 2015, overcoming Mayor Bill de Blasio's attempt to regulate it. And they spent a lot of money. But the thing they found is that actually the main thing that worked is, engaging their customers who really cared about the service. And the same thing with Airbnb when they tried to restrict short-term rentals in New York. And they found they had a very strong customer base. And as the former Representative Barney Frank said, votes always beat out money. The money does help, but we saw things like the progressive income tax ballot proposition in Illinois overwhelmingly spent on the money spent on the pro-income tax side failed overwhelmingly. The same thing happens in a lot of these tech things. People actually, their main power comes from the fact that they have a big group of customers who are willing to write their representatives in a way they never were willing to before. You even saw this recently on things like FanDuel, the sports betting website, was able to mobilize their customers to write to the local representatives and state and federal representatives, don't ban state online gambling for football games. These people, they're about anything. And they really cared about that. So as long as tech has those very dedicated customers and fan base, I think that's going to be the main thing stopping the regulators and the state governments from stopping them in their tracks. And they know to mobilize them, which is a good thing.
Yeah, so as we're nearing the end here, it seems to me the debate over sort of states like California's future is a good it lines up well for the debate about the future of cities, sort of post-COVID. There are a lot of people who aren't very, who are quite bearish on places like New York and sort of San Francisco and sort of a remote first world. What are your just broad thoughts? I'll start with you, Reva, on sort of like the future of cities. Like, is that something you're sort of excited about? Like, are we going to see you in Jackson Hole next time? Like, how is this sort of working?
Listen, I would already be in Jackson Hole if I could drive. So, well, maybe
there's a structural barrier to where you're going to be able to go.
There is a structural barrier. Well, you know, I think it's good that perhaps cities are getting a little bit less attention, right? I mean, America is a beautiful place. It's also very, very big. When you condense the same type of people in the same places all the time, it's not necessarily a good thing. So, you know, a lot of my friends who work in tech have kind of seen, you know, they've built their careers in technology and in cities, and now that they have the freedom, especially in this kind of permanently half remote decade, perhaps, or whatever it's going to be, as we go into like kind of remote world things, like, well, people do want land, they do want garden, they do want nature, and they don't have to drive for it and traffic and do all these things. So I wonder if there's an element where those LAs and San Franciscos and New Yorks and stuff will never quite be exactly the same that it was before, but they might end up being better. And that's because, you know, you don't have the art and the music and the jazz and all this stuff that you get when you have a city that is has a little bit less of the concentration of wealth, and that's keeping all the prices high. I mean, I came to California from Berlin, right? Like Berlin, that the city motto was "poor but sexy," which I thought was such an unambitious slogan for a city. Like, imagine your city mayor is like, "We're poor but sexy," and everyone's like, "Okay." And it was kind of amazing. It's like you sit around, you go to like everything was like a music festival. It had culture. So I think maybe it works out the best for everybody. You get a little bit more culture and a little bit more diversity in these cities, and people remember how amazing the country is, and go spread out and take diversity of thought with them. So maybe the end goal of COVID and this, you know, city change is potentially a beneficial one on both sides. It's an optimistic case.
Yeah. How about you, Judge?
I mean, I agree largely. I think the important thing to remember is what is a city for? A city is a machine for helping people interact with each other. That's the only reason we exist. Otherwise, it would be very easy for us to send stuff through the mail or email or wherever else we need to do packages. The reason we all live in cities is because we do want to interact with each other. There's two types of those interactions. There's the productive side. We work with other people in the same office space. We learn to drive to different law firms or lobbying firms or what other firms you have to make our business operate more efficiently. Now, a lot of that can be done online, perhaps. But one of the most surprising things in the past 40 years is you've been having people for 40 years tell you, well, now that we have, say, universal postal rates and easy package delivery or FedEx, or now that we have toll-free dialing, we can get people to live anywhere. Time and time again, they say, well, this new technology shows that we can live anywhere we want to. And the opposite has happened. We've been more concentrated in cities because a lot of those in-person interactions turn out to be a lot more fun and engaging than a lot of the interactions we can get purely through technology. And San Francisco is one of obviously the most concentrated industrial places in terms of industrial sector, being the software industry, and the world, despite the fact that they make the very thing that hopes people to spread out. So I'm pretty bullish, even though I agree with Reva, there will be some spreading out over that over the long term. People want to interact with others, and there's a lot of reasons to do that. Now, the other part about a city, which I think we can be very bullish about, is that it's a machine to also interact, to play with each other, to have fun together. The amenities side of a city. There's no way I can live in Jackson Hole and have access to 45 different Chinese restaurants within a 10-minute drive. There isn't a way, frankly, if I was single, to have an easy dating market. You can't have a big pool of dating partners over in Jackson Hole as you can in San Francisco. There isn't a way for concerts, opera, all the rest of it. All of those things about cities, we're going to want to still do that with other human beings. And as long as we're going to want to do that, people are going to want to keep living in cities. And so over the long term, we'll keep spreading out a little bit. Even our most dense cities are actually less dense than they were 40, 50 years ago or 100 years ago. Manhattan is gradually spreading out over into Westchester County and over even into Middlesex and New Jersey. People are still driving into the city and do that. That'll keep happening. But the ability to keep interacting with each other, both for work and most importantly for enjoying each other, that's going to continue. People are going to want to do that in cities.
That's great. And actually, Reva, you mentioned sort of ideological diversity as sort of an issue driving people's sort of exodus in different ways. Can you guys, in our last sort of section, speak to that? Like, how much is sort of like diversity of thought and basically a region that's hospitable to diverse viewpoints going to play into the way people think about these things?
Yeah, well, one of the things I was going to follow up from Judge's point was that, you know, it's also a difference between like big cities and little cities, right? It's different people attracted to different things. And one of the things that I've particularly enjoyed from going from somewhere which is, you know, I'd say intellectually, industrially wide as San Francisco, to somewhere like to Las Vegas, is that everyone that I meet here is kind of like a card counter or a felon, which is a, you know, a big change to what I came from. But you don't realize how much your mind becomes kind of adapts to the sphere of influence that you have around you in a city. Like I think way less about technology just by osmosis by being in Vegas. And I think it'd be great. I think if we can get more diversity in cities, more people moving around, more mobility, you know, is it a bad thing if all of the technology industry isn't condensed in San Francisco? Probably not. I think it's great that Austin's booming and other places, because you'll have new different factions and new different ideas, and, you know, the climate will affect things, and the local industries and what agriculture, everything will affect what inspires being built there. And we can't just be technology building for technology people's sake in one place, right? So I think the diversity has potential for huge benefits.
Yeah, how about you, Judge?
Yeah, the last thing on this sort of concentration before I get to the diversity is, yeah, over the long term, we're probably still the center of the technology industry will be in San Francisco. Just like the center of the automotive industry is still in Detroit. Detroit itself is not incredibly booming. A lot of those manufacturing jobs are spread out. But the three automakers are still based there, and the big tech companies are still going to be based here, and that's not going to change. So San Francisco's got that going for it. On political diversity, that's a little more difficult. Now you have an area back 10 years ago, a guy named Bill Bishop wrote a book called The Big Sort. We're sorting out into different groups, and used to have places where geography wasn't as determinate. Dallas was a conservative city that voted Republican. Oklahoma City, Columbus, or Cincinnati, these other places were pretty conservative. Now, if you're in a city, you're Democratic and you're on the left, almost universally. Dallas is, in Houston and these other cities we think is these kind of you know, conservative bastions are voting about as Democratic as people in Philadelphia or New York City. That's going to is somewhat of an issue of cities. I think it's dangerous politically because it prevents us from interacting more with people on the other side. They just like talked about those sort of benefits of interacting with other people for playing and for work. The other benefit of that is opening our minds to people with different points of view. As long as geography itself is now being partially determined by political preference, and that seems to keep being continuing, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to learn to talk to each other across political boundaries. And that is one of my biggest concerns in the city. I hope, like Reva, we can there's ways to increase that diversity. Over the long term, there has to be. But in the short term, as long as we're sorting out into suburban and rural Republicans and urban Democrats, those partisan divides are going to be a lot harder to bridge.
So in our last 2 minutes, 1 minute each, Reva, why are you excited about Vegas? You're obviously there now, so like, let's hear why you're excited about Vegas, and then for you, Judge, like, why are you excited about Austin, where you'll be soon?
I'll make some campaigns for Vegas, although, you know, as much as I love Vegas, the main reasons why I picked to come here was, you know, you can airlines are subsidized by the casinos. You can fly to LA or San Francisco for $60 on a day off. So it's pretty good. That's a benefit. So you can basically just live in California but not be there. Every time I want to go do Californian things, I do it, and then I come back and save my taxes, which is great. But the other thing is that, you know, I spent yesterday in a neon sign boneyard out in North Las Vegas and learned about the history of Vegas and signs and stuff. And there was an element where this was, too much as the coastal elite likes to sniff at it, this was like a entertainment mecca of the US. And there's this kind of like old glam Hollywood vibe that still burgeons somewhere amongst all the trash. So it's something about the surrealism of Vegas I really like. Do I think lots of people should move here? No. I mean, there aren't lots of people to talk to unless you like to do the cultural tourism that I do and talk to all the felons and the gamblers. But there is something that's interesting about just experiencing different parts of America, right? Like, I don't think I'll go back to California anytime soon. I'd love to live in Texas for some time. I'd love to just, you are inspired in different ways by different places that you live. And I feel like life is too short to just be in one place forever. Like, that's basically how I feel, even on a national level. And I think that we should explore more and be a bit more adventurous about it.
For me, you couldn't pay me to live in Vegas. I don't know how high the price would have to be, but to each their own. Diversity of cities, you can choose different places where to live. Austin has a lot, just like San Francisco, has a lot of opportunity, a lot of smart tech people. But frankly, it's a lot cheaper, and that's a huge advantage. If you can have those amenities with a cheaper price, why not? And so that's, you know, to sum it up in a word, that's the main advantage of moving down there. All the things we like at half the price. So.
Gambling.
Yeah, less gambling. You go to FanDuel. You go to FanDuel now. You can do it all online. Yeah. You can do that. You can drink in your bourbon at home and gamble.
On that positive note, depending on your perspective, that's a great place to end. Judge Reba, thank you so much. This has been really great.
Thank you, Marshall. Really appreciate it.
But because of the city's franchise deal with Charter, they're not allowed to terminate it on my premises, so I can't access it.
We're live.
Oh,
we're
great!
Live.
Hi.
The world can hear us.
And now we're talking about telecoms problems in Burbank. It's a surprise change of subject.
It's very important, but we can get to that if we have some extra time at the end.
All right.
So welcome, everyone. I am Sean Roberts, Chief Technologist for Lincoln Network, and I'm talking to esteemed author and podcaster, Cory Doctorow. He's also Special Advisor to Electronic Frontier Foundation. Welcome, Cory.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's nice to talk to you. Hi, everyone.
Hello. So, full disclosure, I've spoken to Cory a couple times already, so it's not like we don't know each other, but one of the things that I wanted to rehash for the audience, and maybe not everyone familiar with some of these concepts. There's certainly been over yesterday and today some discussion about big tech and anti-competitive behavior and how to curtail it, what the problem is, what the solutions are. But I'd like to talk a little bit about what you've been writing on for a few years now, Cory, about interoperability, competitive compatibility, and the mechanisms behind some of the behaviors that people are talking about. And there's also something you've recently kind of coined, the interoperator's defense. I said that kind of weird. Interoperator's defense. If you could kind of break down these concepts for the audience.
Well, I mean, interoperability is it's a very technical sounding term, but it's something that's actually rather familiar to all of us. It's the idea that your car manufacturer doesn't get to tell you whose gas goes in the tank, or that the people who sell you your shoes don't get to tell you which socks you have to wear with them, that you can buy your salt and pepper from different companies, and that the company that makes your phone shouldn't be able to tell you which apps you're allowed to run. And interoperability is a thing that is both profound and ubiquitous. Interoperability is a way to lower switching costs. So when you have lower switching costs, people take more chances. My grandmother was a Soviet refugee, and when she left the Soviet Union in the 40s, she lost touch with her family for 15 years. It was a big deal. I moved here to Los Angeles from London 5 years ago. I speak to my family on Zoom every night. I took I took some of my appliances over and got interoperable plugs and transformers that let me run them. So you can see that when people have the power to, rather than take or leave an offer, but cherry pick the parts of the offer that they like and throw away the parts that they don't, that they have more agency, more self-determination, and that they're able to send market signals to vendors about which parts of their offers they consider valid and which ones they don't, which ones are attracted to them and which ones aren't. And the history of tech is the history of interoperability. It's a very powerful force in the history of tech. Latent in the design of computers and of the internet is tremendous potential for interoperability. The universality of the computer, the fact that a computer can run any program, means that if you sell me a device that has a computer in it and I don't like how it works, I can change the program or install a new program, do something that allows me to get more value out of it. And that acts as a really powerful check against network effects. Normally we think of network effects as being like walled gardens, that once you have penned in all of the users on Facebook or on MySpace, or once everyone is using Office, then it's like fax machines. Everyone needs one. Everyone's got to use Office. But what we see with interoperability is that it's like judo for network effects. So if you think about the history of any of the big tech companies, you find moments in which they were able to use interoperability adversarially, to use what we call competitive compatibility. We used to call it adversarial interoperability, but none of our friends in Germany could pronounce it. It was like getting Germans to pronounce the word squirrel. It's impossible. So now we call it competitive compatibility. And, you know,
Gotta bring the Germans along.
And when you look at, like, say, Apple, right? Apple hit this moment where it was almost impossible to be in an office environment with a Mac because Microsoft had held back development on Microsoft Office for the Mac. And so if you were that one designer in the shop, you couldn't exchange documents with anyone else. Every time you open the document on your computer and saved it again, it would go corrupt. And Apple knew that this was a huge problem. So it went out and it reverse engineered the file formats of the entire Office suite and released iWork, Numbers, Pages, Keynote. And now Mac users could read and write Office files perfectly without Microsoft's help, against Microsoft's wishes. That's the adversarial part of it. And what...
It was a big day for me
I mean,
when
lots
that
of people. It was a big deal. It was a big deal. And, you know, it disciplined Microsoft, right? It changed the way that they conducted themselves in the market. And it gave Apple the lift that it needed. Likewise, when Facebook started, you know, they had this huge problem, which was that everybody who already understood the value of a social network was penned in an existing social network called MySpace, was owned by like the world's most ruthless billionaire, by Rupert Murdoch, who wasn't going to go gently into that good night. And so what Zuck did is he didn't say, come to Facebook, our software is so much better than MySpace that you won't miss your friends, right? What he said was, come to Facebook and we'll put you in touch with your friends on MySpace. They made a bot that you could give your login and password to, go to MySpace, scrape your waiting messages, put them in your inbox on Facebook, let you reply to them, and then push them back out to MySpace. So you could emigrate from the Soviet Union, but have the experience that I had of emigrating from London. Now, what's happened in the years since is that the companies that achieved monopolistic power understand the importance of interoperability to disrupting monopolies, and they have foreclosed on the interoperable mechanisms that previously dominated the industry. They have used the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, as Facebook has, to make terms of service violations into felonies. They have used the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, as Apple has, to make reverse engineering file formats and making interoperable hardware and software into a felony, and so on and so on. And what we've seen with initiatives like Oracle v. Google, where they're seeking to conjure a new copyright law out of the whole cloth, to say that making an interoperable API, it violates copyright law, which is just a crazy idea, which in fact may be carried on the strength of enormous sums of money, that it's not enough to reform the law to allow interoperability, because with sufficient dry powder, right, with sufficient monopoly and sufficient cash from that monopoly, you can envision a new anti-competitive weapon. You can pressurize a government or court to give it to you. And the industry is generally so concentrated that you can get everyone, or at least a plurality of the dominating firms in the industry, to agree that this is what we want. So the old equilibrium where one firm would try to win a special gift and a rival would say that special gift is bad. Now they all sing from the same hymnal. People look at that picture of all the tech leaders meeting with Trump in Trump Tower after the last election. They go, how could they all meet with Trump? And it's like, yeah, sure. How did they all fit around one table? Right? That's a far more important question than what they were talking about when they were at that table. So what I've proposed is an interoperator. Well, what I've proposed is an interoperator's defense, that rather than trying to ensure that none of these laws catch dolphins in their tuna nets, that instead what we say is that if you are doing something lawful, right? If you are doing something that isn't prohibited by a law apart from the law that bans interoperability, then you have a defense against all claims. You have a defense against claims under trade secrecy, under non-compete, under patent, copyright, circumvention, API copyrights, computer fraud and abuse claims, and so on. It's still going to be very judge heavy. It'll look a lot like fair use. But the questions that the judges will have to answer are not the boring procedural questions like, did you circumvent a technical protection measure? What they're going to have to ask are the policy questions. Did you act on behalf of a bona fide user for a legitimate purpose, for a purpose that Congress has never prohibited? So, I mean, the idea is to get a shut of the idea that dominant firms can write their own laws and then ask the state to enforce them. which is a never ends well, right? It certainly doesn't produce a dynamic industry where new firms can do things that the old firms haven't envisioned or decided were off limits and get away with it and do things that, you know, no one had ever thought of doing before. Plug a modem into a phone line, or, you know, take that mini computer and turn it into a video game console, or any of the other things that have seen such enormous advances through the course of the industry.
Right. So how would you apply this the idea of interoperators defense to, like, there's certainly been discussion around antitrust, and obviously that's more than a hammer. That's more like a sledgehammer trying to find a pin. But there's been some talk that perhaps more aggressive consent decrees, or some aggressive action where mergers have occurred over the last 5, maybe even 10 years, and there should have been consent decrees, and maybe that's a partial solution going forward. What's your thought?
Well, I mean, there is all of this energy for some kind of antitrust action, and I think the devil's obviously in the details. Some we would like, some we wouldn't like, whatever, right? I mean, you know, I think that the shareholders in Standard Oil were initially pretty upset about the breakup, and 10 years later, when Standard Oil and all of its progeny were worth more than Standard Oil had been before the breakup, they were all pretty happy about it. So, you know, wielded wisely, it's a good tool. But I think that one of the great barriers to doing anything effective about monopoly is the power of monopoly itself. That when you have monopoly rents and you have a small group of industry leaders who can solve the collective action problem of how to spend them, they can come together and create policy that is like counter to evidence, counter to the public interest, and make it sound good. And so what I think we can imagine for a path to an interoperator's defense is that rather than waiting for the day in which the monopolies are weak enough that they will consent to being broken up, right? Which is like the chicken and egg problem of, you know, so during IBM's antitrust suit, they outspent the entire DOJ competition division every single year during the 12 years that they were under antitrust investigation, and then the DOJ gave up, right? So, you know, that is a very slow and painful process. But on the way, as you say, there are lots of consent decrees. You know, one of the things that you know, that has made our technology very powerful has been the exercise of consent decrees, and also the fear of antitrust enforcement in the past. So, you know, the reason we have Unix is that AT&T, before it was broken up, was put under conditions as a punishment for its previous bad actions. And among them were that it couldn't market software. And so it had to license out Unix to third parties, which is how we got not just an operating system that turned out to be very powerful, but a multi-vendor operating system that turned out to be very powerful. And the story is very colorful.
Transformed everyone.
Yeah. And the story is very colorful because, you know, AT&T was obviously not very enthusiastic about having this product that they couldn't market themselves. And so they tried to, like, keep their engineers from shipping their patches, and their engineers would phone up Unix enthusiasts from other companies and say, if you look behind a rock in this park, you'll find a data tape with this week's patches. You know, it was quite amazing.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's great.
I wrote
if you look at the EFF page on adversarial interoperability, I wrote a case history of this. So consent decrees are definitely one area where we could see a requirement that you exercise forbearance against interoperators who are doing things that are in service of the public interest, that are adding features that don't violate a law. And this is where things like a privacy law is very important, because you know, you want to enable, say, Ad Observer, which is the NYU's watchdog project for Facebook, that Facebook users install a plugin, they scrape all the ads that they see, it goes into a repository that journalists and scholars can access, and they can see whether or not Facebook is following its own policies on ads. So you want to enable that, but you don't want to enable Cambridge Analytica. And rather than asking Facebook to make the call about who's interoperating for a good reason and who's interoperating for a bad reason, you instead say Facebook doesn't get to make that call. All they get to do is point to a law that's being violated. And if there is a privacy law that Cambridge Analytica is violating, but AdObserver isn't, then Facebook can ask for enforcement for a law. Rather than making up their own laws, they just get to point out when laws are being broken.
Mm-hmm.
But there are lots of other ways, like procurement guidelines, right? Since the Civil War, American government procurement has had a strong principle of interoperability in it. During the Civil War, firearms manufacturers were required to have second sources, right? For there to be other parties who could manufacture parts and ammunition for the rifles they made, because it's crazy to be beholden to a single vendor if you're fighting a war. So you could imagine a procurement guideline that says, like, if you're supplying the US government or a school district or the DOT or any other big agency, the VA, the Department of Health, you have to exercise forbearance in interoperators so that your electronic health records that you spin up for the VA or for Medicare can't become a source of anti-competitive lock-in. You have to publish a specification, you have to exercise forbearance, and so on. That's another way we could do it. And then finally, there's declarations of public policy, where if a state makes a declaration of public policy that says that contractual terms that prohibit interoperability are against public policy, then contracts that contain that language become unenforceable as a matter of state law. And so there are lots of vehicles that we could use, and the states are the laboratory of democracy. You could imagine it being implemented on a state level in various different states in different ways to test out and probe the weaknesses in an interoperator's defense, find out what kind of backstopping laws we need that dominant firms can invoke in the event that an interoperator is doing something nefarious, and to be able to find the holes in our other laws that are currently being stopped. Because it's, the big tech companies will tell you truthfully that they do a really good job of protecting you against bad actors, provided those bad actors aren't them or their business partners, right? We have Schneier calls it the feudal security model, where there are bandits out there in the world, and we have these fortresses that have been built by feudal lords, Mark Zuckerberg and the Google fortress and the Apple fortress, and you can go and hide yourself in their fortress, and they will defend you from all the bandits, but not themselves, right? Apple is a great defender of your privacy from advertising, but they're not a great defender of your privacy from the Chinese government, because they need to stay on the Chinese government's good side, or they lose access to Chinese consumers and Chinese manufacturing. So when the Chinese government ordered them to remove working VPNs from the App Store, they capitulated, and they exposed Uyghurs and other disfavored minorities to surveillance that has ultimately resulted in people being put into rape and concentration camps. And so, being protected from everyone except the feudal lord is a very distant second to being able to be protected from everyone.
So it sounds like basically what you're saying is that the current antitrust law, it just can't apply to the way that big tech and industry works today. Because normally I would think that most people would feel like, for that example you gave, that there should be some repercussions, that the government would aggressively go after a private company for abusing its users in such a way where they were imprisoned. That sounds like probably a pretty good precedent. But right now, I can't think of any law or regulation or oversight that would do anything to such a. It's somewhat anti-competitive, but it's anti-user. Is your thought that basically antitrust is just completely outdated and we just need to do something new? And that's essentially what.
No, not at all. I would say that antitrust has its role. I think that we should have had stricter merger scrutiny all along. I think one of the ways that we got to where we got to is because we didn't apply antitrust. These companies will tell you that they're large because they provide excellent products to people that they make in-house and realize efficiencies through. But when you look at how they grow, they're not making things companies, they're buying things companies. Google is a company with 1.5 successful in-house products. They made a great search engine and a good Hotmail clone. Every other product that they've made in-house failed. Every product that they have that's successful, they bought from someone else. So, Facebook is
That wind farm in
Say
Kansas
again?
has kind of worked for a while. That
Yeah, well,
that
exactly.
wind farm in Kansas kind of worked for a while. And that fiber thing they did in the Midwest, it worked for a little while.
Well,
Anyway,
and there's a
I
theory
digress.
that the reason Alphabet is structured the way it is to create fracture lines that are like that draw the attention of regulators, so that rather than splitting Google in a way that might provide meaningful alteration of its market power, like splitting out the ad units from the search units, they've structured so that like a regulator can look at Alphabet and say, all right, you've pushed me too far. You have to sell off the unit that makes the Wi-Fi balloons. And they'll be like, not the Wi-Fi balloons, like I think there's definitely something to that. But the thing about tech, yeah.
I always felt that way.
Yeah.
It seemed like they pre-broke themselves up.
There's another theory,
to,
which is that they just wanted to avoid becoming Yahoo, where they have so many princelings jousting for control that they're all like just knifing each other in the back and failing to make anything good. But I think that antitrust has a role to play in the prohibition of anti-competitive mergers. I think that as a bedrock principle, if a company undertook a merger on the basis of a promise of good behavior, right? So when Facebook promised that it wouldn't mine user data from Instagram and WhatsApp in combination with Facebook data, and just straight up lied, right? Like just didn't do what they said they would do, that if at some point in the future they want to make an acquisition and the regulator determines that the only basis for making that acquisition is to extract a similar promise, that we shouldn't believe them. Right? Like that just seems to be like the minimum standard of prudence. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, we don't get fooled again. Just like George Bush told us, right?
And just not allow the merger based on ad performance.
Well, look, if you've been told, if you have determined as a regulator that a merger isn't safe unless some conduct is promised, right? And the last time that company promised that conduct, they lied.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you allow the merger? Right? That just seems like the absolute minimum standard of prudence is you shouldn't believe people who've lied to you before when they make the same promise. I mean, I would entertain a principle that said you shouldn't believe people who've lied before, period. But I think just at a minimum, if your kid says, I'm not going to eat the marshmallow, and then they eat the marshmallow, and then they say, but I won't eat the marshmallow this time, you should say, look, you and marshmallows have a problem. I'm not going to believe you when it comes to marshmallows anymore, right? That just like minimum standard, Yeah.
Great example.
I have a 12-year-old.
Unless you're posting it on Instagram, and then you get more clicks. So then there's
I think that's like that should just be the minimum standard. So I do think antitrust has its place, but what I'd say is that like the tech exceptionalism that I'm 100% here for is that interoperability in general purpose computers over a general purpose internet imparts a competitive character to the tech industry that is missing from other industries. That, in Australia, there's this infamous thing called the multi-gauge muddle, where the rail barons of the early years of the colonization of Australia all sought commercial advantage by laying rails at different gauges. And now you can't get a train across the country, right? And they've tried a lot of ways to fix it. They built, there's been over 200 designs for rail carriages that have different wheelbases, and one set of wheels retracts and the other set drops down. None of them have ever worked. None.
Up and down.
That the answer they've arrived at is tearing up rails and putting down new ones. That's the cheapest, most reliable thing, right? So that is very different from Apple having a building full of engineers who just figure out how Office works, right? And just make Office work. That is hugely different. And what it does is it converts walled gardens into feed pens, right? In which all of the potential customers for your business have been neatly organized by your competitor for you to go in and just, sorry, I ate a little too aggressively there. And if we can unleash that, right, that is what gave us the dynamism of the early tech years. And, I've been thinking a lot because there's a story about technological utopians and digital liberties activists and what we got wrong. And there's this story that's like, we just thought if everybody got connected, it wouldn't matter what would happen. Everything would be fine. And you don't start EFF if you think everything's going to be fine, right? You have to, on the one hand, be extremely excited about the possibilities of tech, but just scared witless of how it could go wrong. And I think that's the portrait I recognize. And to the extent that we overestimated something, it wasn't the idea that technology would just automatically be great. It was the intrinsic willingness of lawmakers to enforce anti-monopoly rules on tech companies. Because if you were like me, so I got my Apple II Plus in 1979 when I was 8 years old, right? So within 3 years, I had a modem connected to a phone line that had been deregulated through the AT&T breakup. And now there was competition in my phone lines. 2 years later, the IBM PC came out, and it ran a third-party operating system because IBM, after 12 years of antitrust enforcement, did not want to bring the antitrust enforcers back in the room by creating a vertical monopoly on software and hardware. They created Microsoft out of the whole cloth. And then Microsoft ended up cornering 95% of the operating system market, and the DOJ swooped in, and we were like, well, they lost that one. I guess you win some and you lose some. But Microsoft was so cowed by the experience, so traumatized by the DOJ antitrust enforcement, that they didn't do to Google what they'd done to Netscape. So we got Google, right? And so if you were like me and that was your formative years, then you could be forgiven, I hope, for looking back on that and going, the combination of anti-monopoly enforcement and the flexibility of technology itself creates an environment in which one day Cray can be the most powerful computing company on earth, and the next day can be a division of Silicon Graphics, and the next day Silicon Graphics can be out of business, right? That's the natural course, that we would never find a web made of 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4, because as soon as everybody was stuck on Facebook, someone would do to Facebook what Facebook did to MySpace. And instead, what happened was every time Zuck saw a company about to do to Facebook what Facebook did to MySpace, he went out and bought it and lied about it. And then he did it again. And the lawmakers were like, you lied last time, but I think this time you're telling the truth. You got an honest face, kid. And you know, that... Yeah,
my mom thinks you look nice. So.
Like Katie Porter said, everybody makes fun of your haircut and my haircut. You know, that was the thing we underestimated, and that's the corrective we need. And we need to unleash the potential for technology to topple giants, right? To create a dynamic market that responds to the needs of technology users instead of converting themselves to just pure rentierism, to inkjet printer business models where you just have the entire market becomes this kind of hourglass shape where on this side you have all the users and on this side you have all the suppliers, and in the middle you just have a gatekeeper that does nothing except extract money from the people who want to send stuff this way and the people who want to send stuff that way, and who crush anything going between that pinch of the hourglass that might endanger their business. That's not how we get a tech industry that can challenge the growing hegemony of China, you know. And when AT&T got broken up in '82, there was this story that if we broke up AT&T, that we would lose to Japan. Japan, after all, was this ex-fascist country that just copied American designs, and without our national champion in the form of AT&T, we were doomed. It turned out that AT&T's major project was blocking modems, and that killing AT&T gave us the internet. And that the commercial internet has been a source of American soft power and industrial might for the last 40 years. The best thing we could have possibly done is broken up this brooding giant that was sitting on progress. And, you know, today, the grandchildren of that giant, right? Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, they are sitting on an entire, you know, writhing, energetic American entrepreneurial workforce. You know, the technologists who don't want to settle for free massages on Wednesdays and kombucha in the mini kitchen, but want to actually someday compete with their bosses. And the only way we're going to unleash that is if we make interoperability lawful and stop anti-competitive mergers. Okay.
So something to kind of spin off on, there's an example of an attempt at regulatory oversight in Europe with the GDPR, and they've certainly tried their own versions of antitrust in the past, and I think most part have largely failed or been laughed off by the big tech because they're like, $5 billion, okay, I'll just have to reduce the lunch budget for one of my offices for a few months. So what are your thoughts on GDPR? And there was some discussion yesterday about how it's just basically restricted innovation by making it so that only big tech, Google, Facebook, as an example, can compete in that environment because they have the bucks to comply.
Well, it's definitely a mixed bag. You know, and I see from Marshall here that we're running out of time. So running down the whole GDPR story would be a long story. But I think understanding the problems of GDPR, you touched on one, which is that the compliance hurdles are not proportional. That you can impose a compliance hurdle on Facebook that Facebook can handily bear, but its smaller competitors can't. And so one of the things we see about ad tech in Europe is that, within a year of the GDPR, all the small companies were gone. And that's true. It's also true that Facebook, Google, and the other big tech companies, one of the reasons they survived GDPR and the smaller companies didn't, is that they had a lot more to lose and they were playing an iterated game. And so their privacy practices have become much more moderate than the smaller brokers. The smaller brokers were cowboys. And so if they were asked to secure permission for all the things that they planned on doing, which is the core of the GDPR, which is the idea that if you're going to do permission marketing, you should actually have permission, which I don't think is a thing anyone should object to, right? That if you claim to have consent, the consent should be meaningful, right? It can't just be like, by being dumb enough to use my product, you agree that I'm allowed to come over to your house and punch your grandmother and wear your underwear and make long distance calls and eat all the food in your fridge, right? Like there needs to be actual meaningful consent for what it is you're doing. So that's definitely like one of the issues. And another issue, as you point out, is that Facebook and Google have the money to deal with enforcement issues that, arguably they're not in compliance. They're just in more compliance than the small firms are. And they are daring Vestager and the other antitrust people there and the privacy people to come after them. And they are betting that they won't face that kind of enforcement. And it's a big bet. So, kind of in some ways the jury's still out. And then there's the question of right to be forgotten, which is just a catastrophe, and maybe something for another day. But just letting rich people spend money to make everybody else shut up about the crimes they've committed is like a really bad idea. Holy moly!
Okay, so yeah, no, that is a discussion for another day because unfortunately we're out of time. It's been really great catching up with you. Your examples today have been spot on. I've really enjoyed this.
Can I plug my new book?
Well, you have
Third Little Brother book,
go for
endorsed by Edward Snowden, Attack Surface. There you go.
Oh, well, there you go.
Just came out last month. Thank you.
Congratulations, by the way, on your latest publication. Well, noted author Corey.
Nice talking to you too.
It was great to talk to you.
We'll enjoy the rest of your conference.
And we are live. So welcome everybody. I'm delighted you could all join today. I'm Lisa. I work as an investor at Bloomberg Beta, a venture capital fund focused on the future of work, where we invest in anything that makes work more effective, more productive, and humane. And to the privilege of interviewing Jason Crawford, a writer, thinker, and educator on progress studies. And if you haven't checked out his blog already, it really is a fantastic resource. It's rootsofprogress.org. Jason has spent the past few years deeply exploring the progress space, and I've personally learned so much from him. So we're going to start the conversation today, figuring out what progress is, and then hopefully dive in deeper to some meatier topics. So Jason, what is progress studies and why did you get involved?
Yeah, sure. Maybe we should start with what is progress. I define progress very simply as anything that helps us live our lives better, anything that creates more wealth and abundance, more connectedness between people or to knowledge, increases our choices and options, or gives us more health and safety. And progress studies is the idea that this is an ongoing process and it's something that we can learn more about and maybe something that we can do something about. Is progress happening as fast as it used to? Why was there so little progress for thousands of years and then suddenly it took off in the last couple hundred years? And how do we keep it going and and even accelerate it? And how do we make sure progress is something that's that's good for humanity the way it's been actually net? good for us over the last couple hundred years. Those are sort of the key, I would say, the key questions of progress studies.
And why did you get involved? I mean, it sounds like a huge topic, but can you just share a bit more about your personal journey and what you've been working on for the past few years?
Yeah, totally. So my training and most of my career was in tech. I went to school for computer science. I was a tech, I was a engineer and a software engineer and manager and a tech startup founder for a long time. And then just on the side, really, it started out as a reading project and grew into a hobby. I started reading about the history of progress. And I was just absolutely fascinated and kind of got obsessed with it. And so after I left my last tech job and asked myself, what do I really want to do next? The thing I was, interested in more than anything else was the blog I was writing, The Roots of Progress, and learning this history of how we got here. What were the major discoveries and inventions that created the modern world? Where did they come from? Why did we create them? What problems did they solve? Those are the things that I'm really, passionate about exploring and writing about right now.
And I know, obviously, Tyler Cowen and Patrick Collinson came out with this big sort of blog post about progress studies as a field that we can actually study and think about from sort of an educational perspective. I'd love to just hear a little bit more about how you think progress studies relates to other fields in terms of, we have history, we have economics. How do you think about the framing of progress studies, and should there be a progress studies departments at universities? Like, how should we think about it?
Yeah. So I'm laughing at you. You referred to it as a big blog post. It was actually an article in The Atlantic that came out a little over a year ago last summer, written by Tyler Cowen and Patrick Collison, who I think a lot of people are familiar with. They kind of kicked off this whole notion of progress studies. So it was that article that coined the term progress studies and called for its existence and called for more focus on this idea. Its relationship to other fields. I mean, so we already have lots of relevant fields, right? We have history, we have economics, we have economic history, we have the history and philosophy of science, we have management studies, and all sorts of things like that, right? No shortage of relevant fields. I think what Cowen and Collison were calling for in that article was, one, a bit of a more interdisciplinary focus. So each of those fields can get a little siloed in its own topics and methods, and you really want something that cuts across all of them and integrates concerns from all of them. And the other thing was they called for something that's a little more prescriptive, not merely descriptive, but something that is to, as medicine is to biology or engineering to physics, something that actually tells us, okay, so what? What should we do? What can we do? What action should we take ultimately to drive progress forward in a good way?
And as you think about it, what role do you think universities should play in this? Like, should they have departments? Like, how do you think about who should be the people educating us on progress studies and sort of moving that forward? Because you've done so much yourself.
I'm not sure that progress studies should be a field per se. I think of it more as a sort of school of thought that conditions how you approach any one of these disciplines. It's basically just a set of premises and values about what matters and what's important. It's basically the idea that progress is real, it's important, it's basically good, we should have more of it if we can, and that it ultimately comes from human choices and actions, and so we should study what we can do about it, and whether there's a way to sort of keep driving this trend forward, like understanding the causes so that we can affect them. And I think you can approach any of the disciplines that I mentioned with that mindset. So I'm not an expert in academia. I wouldn't presume to say how academic departments should be organized, but I think people from all of those different fields, as well as people like me who are outside of academia. I mean, I'm not an academic myself, but all of us can approach these topics with that sort of progress mindset.
Okay, I'd love to dive into sort of, I think, the cultural aspects of progress and then the more economic aspects of progress. And I guess in light of the recent election, and we've seen a lot of public nostalgia for the past, past sort of image of making America great again, perhaps being the most obvious manifestation of that. Do you think there's not that much public enthusiasm for progress? And if that is the case, why do you think that is? Do you think we've traded progress for something else?
I think I would look separately at the political versus the scientific and technological fronts. I think moral front, people are often hearkening to a past age. People don't take social change very well. They often think that there's a degradation of morals from from their youth or from past generations. Even in the Victorian period, people were looking back to the Middle Ages as what a romantic age of chivalry that was. So and they aren't always wrong, but I think it's just, you should just know that sort of people are always kind of hearkening to a more golden past when it comes to politics and morality. I think what's more interesting and has swung harder, perhaps back and forth, is people's approach to science and technology and whether technology is making the world a better place. I think that in, say, the late 19th century, so late 1800s into early 1900s especially, was an age where the entire culture was very positive on progress. It doesn't mean that every advance was welcomed with open arms. I would say pretty much every major advance in history has been fought and opposed by somebody. But the general public, I think, had a very positive attitude towards technology, progress, and growth. It was seen as mankind striding forward, right? And just think of that very kind of late 19th century feel. You look at the posters from the World's Fair in the early, 1900s, and just kind of the very romantic view people had of technology and progress. And I think that lasted, at least up until the 30s or 40s, maybe the 50s, certainly by the 60s, the 1960s in the US. And I think broader, you start to see that really changing, and you see the rise of the counterculture, and part of what they were counter was progress. And so ever since then, I think there's been much more of an influence of a much more, nervous or negative or anti sort of a technology and progress backlash. And, and I can't, this is one of the things that I believe, but I can't prove yet, which is that, I think that has had serious effects on how much progress we actually get, because you get more of what you value and less of what you disdain.
So with your research, what do you think what we could change to popularize progress, like in the cultural sphere at the very least?
Yeah, I think we need to start the very basic foundation. The starting point is to just tell the history, tell the actual story of progress, tell what happened, show where we started from, make clear the living conditions that people had just a couple hundred years ago, and how far we've come, how much better our lives are today, thanks to mass manufacturing, thanks to powered transportation, thanks to vaccines and antibiotics, thanks to electronic communications and the internet. All of these things, together have made our lives just fantastic compared to a couple hundred years ago. And I think that story is not told in a way that makes it really clear to people. And I think, you should tell the good along with the bad, right? So acknowledge the ways that progress is messy, the ways that progress is sometimes, a couple steps forward and maybe one or two steps back, or the ways we make things better in some ways, but they get worse in other ways. Acknowledge all of that and figure out how do we grapple with that sort of complexity, right? And how do we actually evaluate progress overall on balance? I think that's where to start, and that's why I've started in my writing and my educational work with just going back to the basic history. What happened? What were the major advances and developments? What problems did they solve? Why was it so hard to grow food? Why did so many people need to be farmers and we still had periodic famines, right? Why was it so hard to protect against disease? Why was it that infectious disease killed like half of everybody, pretty much? Why did it take so long for us to invent any form of transportation that goes faster than a horse or a sailing ship? These are sort of the very basic questions that I'm interested in. I like to dig into and write the whole, geeky story of. And I think that's really where it starts. Tell those stories. That's the foundation of doing any further sort of understanding or analysis. If you don't start with that, then any kind of analysis of, of is progress good or bad, et cetera, you're just basing it on air, on a vacuum, right? Because you don't have the substantive facts at your disposal to really answer those questions. And I think then once you tell that story, I think it's a fascinating and inspiring story. And when you tell it, I think, people who are listening and pay attention will start to get inspired and start to see how good progress can be.
Yeah, I mean, you wrote a blog post on industrial literacy, and I think that like concept kind of stuck with me too. I'm curious. I mean, you've been exploring this space for a number of years now. What do you think the most surprising thing you've learned is? And this could be, from people not knowing about sort of the basics to anything.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I'd say one of the things that I've sort of changed my mind on is when I got into this, I was actually somewhat skeptical of the stagnation hypothesis. So this is the idea that technological progress has actually slowed down in the last 50 years or so, say since about 1970. For some people, this is like the main motivation for progress studies. For me, I was just fascinated with the whole, 300-year history of the industrial age. And as I got into it, I started hearing about this. Oh, there's this idea that things have slowed down. Tyler Cowen talks about this. Robert Gordon famously wrote a book, Rise and Fall of American Growth. Peter Thiel has talked about this a lot. And, at first I was like, no, come on. There's still lots of progress. Look at computers, look at the internet, look at all the things that have happened. Progress is still going on. And slowly I've come around. And so now I'm actually fairly convinced that, it's not that progress has stopped, of course. It's not that there's been zero progress. Or it's not the progress that has happened has been insignificant, but there was just a lot more going on in that period. Again, late 1800s to early 1900s. Here's the simplest way to, and most convincing, I think, way to think about it. In that period, late 18 to early 1900s, we had, by my count, approximately 4 major technological revolutions all going on at once. We had electricity, we had oil and the internal combustion engine. We had chemical engineering and the results of actually applying chemistry to industry. And we had the germ theory and its ramifications. All 4 of those were basically coming to fruition at once around the end of the 1800s. And each one was directly transforming, 1 or 2 major areas of the industry and then having ramifications on the entire world. In the last 50 years, we've basically had one of those, right? We've had computers and the internet. And that has had a direct transformative effect on one industry, which is communications and information processing generally. And it's had indirect ramifications on the whole world. But you don't have to downplay the effects and the magnitude of the computer and internet revolution in order to see that one major revolution does not stack up against 4 sort of equivalently major revolutions all going on at once. Not to mention, by the way, what comes next. The computer and internet revolution is only going to pay, high dividends for so long. Every one of these things lasts, 50 to 70 years or so, hits an S curve and sort of levels off and plateaus and it hits diminishing returns. So what comes next to replace computers and the internet and keep giving us growth once that plateaus? The only thing worse than going from 4 revolutions to 1 is going from 1 to 0. So that's sort of what I'm worried about.
And so I want to dive a bit deeper into why things are slowing down. What do you think the bottlenecks? I know you've spoken previously about government and bureaucracy, and so describe that a little bit more and talk to me about how you think we could try and accelerate progress.
Yeah. Right now, I have 3 major hypotheses for the slowdown, and I don't think it's any one of them. I think it's basically all of them. One is what we talked about a little bit already, which is culture. What is the value and honor and prestige and social status given to science and technology and business, entrepreneurship, and driving industry forward? And I think that is, less than it used to be. And so I think we get less talent and enthusiasm and energy and investment going into those areas. 2 would be a sort of creeping, backlog of the regulatory state, of just all, the enormous amount of bureaucracy that we have added, a lot of it from government regulation. But, I think some of it winds its way into even private, the way private entities get bureaucratized. If you look at any university today and the bureaucracy that they have built up around, sort of doing anything, I just think we've built up a lot of overhead. And a lot of that might be justified on grounds of or motivated by safety concerns. And I worry that our concern with safety, and by the way, safety is one of the great achievements of the industrial age. Technology actually, it creates a lot of risks, but it also can create a lot of safety and has created a lot of safety for us in many ways. but I just have this hunch that it's gone overboard and that we've gone beyond safety. We've gone into safety theater. And so we have a lot of overhead, sort of bureaucratic overhead that adds a lot of friction and slows everything down, but does not actually add a lot of safety. And then the third thing that I would look at, the third major hypothesis, would be how we fund, organize, and manage research and development. And especially I would sort of point to the centralization and bureaucratization of research funding. After World War II in the United States, the federal government basically took over research funding and is now kind of I think the majority, certainly NIH is like the majority of academic funding for life sciences. It's a $40 billion organization. And, everything at the NIH basically goes through peer review and a committee. And this is exactly the sort of thing that leads to, well, there's just the friction and the overhead, but also even worse, I'm afraid. It's the sort of thing that leads to consensus and groupthink, and exactly the sort of thing that can kill ambitious ideas, especially ideas that challenge the status quo, which is exactly where breakthroughs come from. This is, I believe, more or less the argument of a new book that was just re-released by Stripe Press by, I believe the name is Donald Brabin, Scientific Freedom, The Elixir of Civilization. I've only read the introduction so far, but it seems right on this thesis. There was also, I would say, all three of these hypotheses are described in a book that I just reviewed at the Roots of Progress called Where Is My Flying Car by J. Storrs Hall, which is a pretty entertaining and informative look at a lot of these topics.
So actually, I want to dive into the sort of funding aspect of things, because I know you've looked at this quite deeply. There's two questions here. Who should fund innovation and scientific progress, and how should we fund it? So I'd love to understand, who do you think should be funding this, and how should it work?
Yeah. It's a tough problem. The central challenge, I think, is sort of there's sort of a tension or a trade-off between like the VC startup model and the nonprofit model, whether it's even private or government. I actually see in general private nonprofits as having maybe many of the same challenges as government funding. If not the same moral hazards, perhaps, of spending taxpayers' money. But, the for-profit world has done, I think, a pretty good job of funding a very broad set of projects, a sort of diversified portfolio of different ideas. Not everybody has to agree to get a for-profit, a startup funded, right? There are dozens of VCs out there, and you really only have to get one to say yes. So that helps you avoid a lot of the decentralization of that system, helps you avoid a lot of the sort of consensus and groupthink problems. Not to mention that VCs also have a particular incentive to get in early, right? And I think this is actually, something that's highly underappreciated. In for-profit investing, you are highly monetarily incentivized to be right early, to say yes to something even when it looks like a bad idea to everyone else, and when it's highly uncertain, risky, and not at all, guaranteed to succeed. And that is exactly when, new ideas need protection and support the most. I've heard this a couple of slices, so I don't know who said it first, but, new ideas are fragile. They come into the world, and it's very, very easy to kill new ideas. And so, new ideas need support and protection. And in VC, the way that we motivate that is that, if you are right early on a breakthrough idea, you can have 1,000x return. And that can make up for a lot of failures, of course. There is no such quantitative mechanism in nonprofit funding. Again, either private or government funding. There's no way in which a funder who says yes to something that everybody else thought was a stupid idea is going to get their bet paid off 1,000x in terms of what? Credibility, prestige. The currency is different. The currency is not monetary returns. It's something more like social status, and we just can't measure social status well enough to give people 1,000x return on it. And similarly, on the flip side, right? You can imagine if there's some NIH committee that said no to work that, later on somehow gets funded by somebody else and wins a Nobel Prize, there's no mechanism that I know of where that NIH committee that said no ever has any sort of self-reflection or means to correct the error. Whereas if a VC passes on a seed stage company that goes on to become the next Google, they're going to remember that sting for the rest of their career. So that's, I think, the real tension. Now, the problem with for-profit investing is, one, you got to capture value, and it can be very hard to capture value on, basic scientific research, right? You can't patent scientific discoveries. And the time horizon is extremely long, right? It can be decades from a scientific discovery to ultimate economic payoff. And, most VCs today are set up to work on something like a 10-year, 12-year, maybe 15-year fund horizon. There are some, experiments going on with longer time horizons. I do believe that could be overcome, but it's certainly not the norm. So I think maybe the biggest challenge in funding progress is that some things fall into the cracks, right? Where they can't produce a clear monetary return within a 10-year time frame, and so making them not a great fit for-profit. And yet at the same time, there are these kind of maverick, non-consensus, low-prestige ideas that can easily get shut out of nonprofit things that are fall prey to consensus and groupthink. So that's the challenge. I don't know how to solve it yet.
Yeah, it's really interesting. When you were talking, I was thinking quite deeply about, the people who maybe make the inventions aren't going to capture and apply it to industry. And so you kind of have to really figure out this whole model, which is incredibly complicated. What do you think government could do to sort of improve the mechanisms? I mean, especially as you think about the recent election of President-elect Biden, even though, we're figuring out the details there, are you hopeful for the US government to sort of help reform, or what would you recommend if you could about how to accelerate progress?
I'm not hopeful, no. Because I think the problems, again, we're looking at a phenomenon that seems to have been going on for about 50 years. So the problems are not limited to any one administration or any one party or any one generation. What do I think government can do? This is a tough one, especially since I tend to personally, my biases, I tend to lean very sort of laissez-faire, almost libertarian kind of, and so I look at this and I look at the government being involved, and if the centralization and bureaucratization of funding actually has caused a problem, maybe the best thing to do is somehow to figure out how to privatize it. But I don't have a plan for that, and I'm not ready, and I don't think I can prove that that's the best answer. So, and obviously I don't think that would fly right now anyway. So, another a somewhat less radical proposal that might address part of it. I saw something on Twitter from Patrick Collison at one point where he said, well, what if we split up the big agencies into, split the centralized agencies into like 10 or 12 independent agencies and incentivize them to perform or to pursue rather diverse heterogeneous strategies, right? Just do something to make sure they're not all thinking about it in the same way and they're thinking about things, quite differently. An even more perhaps concrete, doable near-term proposal would be something like what the Day One Project proposed. Adam Marblestone wrote something about this, proposed this notion of focused research organizations, which are, something in between DARPA and a startup, perhaps. These sort of organizations that have specific missions, but are really trying to do some transformative technologies. But I high level, I think we need to experiment with different forms of how the resources are allocated, different ways of managing, and something that really allows people to take risks and go pursue ambitious projects. What I worry about is that this needs a change that is bigger even than policies and institutions that it almost needs a change in research culture itself. Because, so to contrast with my past experience in the startup world, one of the great things about it is that failure is okay. Not that it's okay in that it's just as good as success. Obviously, success is way, way better. But failure isn't a black mark on your resume. Certainly, if you tried to do a startup and it didn't work out, and everybody thinks you were at least smart and honest in the way that you went about it, you kept your integrity, then they'll back you again. And nobody thinks that you're a loser or incompetent or never going to make it just because you had a failed startup. My understanding, from what I hear about the academic culture is that it is not as forgiving, and you need to be much more, stay on a track and don't have a 5-year period in your career with where you tried really hard but didn't have the associated results to show for it. And ultimately, maybe that is a thing that we need to change. And that takes more than one funding program or institution, right? It takes a whole set of people saying we need to change the way that we evaluate researchers and their careers.
Yeah, it actually brings up something interesting I read by Tyler Cowen, which was around the COVID-19 response. And he wrote a piece about how we should be championing sort of the UK and sort of their innovation with the COVID-19 response, as opposed to sort of the government measures to manage the population spread. I think like those cultural aspects of sort of what we should be championing is really interesting. I know we only have a couple minutes, so I wanted to ask you, tell me a little bit more about progress studies for young scholars, because I know this has been a big project of yours, and I'd love to just hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, sure. Progress Studies for Young Scholars is basically a high school level course in the history of technology that I developed for higher ground education. They run a number of schools, including they have a set of high schools called the Academy of Thought and Industry. So this is now a course that's being taught through Academy of Thought and Industry. And we ran it over the summer as a summer program, had a number of different cohorts of students, take the course. And it is now being run as part of their virtual school and as an after-school program for people who already have some other school. So check out the Academy of Thought and Industry if people are interested in that class. And we are, hasn't been announced yet, but we are doing the next rev on those materials, and I'm excited about what we're working on. We're going to have an even better version of the course, but it goes through all the major areas of technology: manufacturing, agriculture, energy, transportation, communication, medicine. We even have a module on safety technologies. And then at the end, we encourage the students to think about the future and what are the remaining, challenges and the exciting frontier technologies, and how do they want to play a part in the future of progress? How do they want that to be a part of their lives? Because really, progress is something where each generation has to pick up the torch anew and carry it forward. It doesn't happen without people doing that.
That's great. And I know we only have a minute left, so my final question is, if people listening only took one thing away from this talk, what would you like them to take away?
Progress is real and important, and we need to be ambitious about it, because the future can see just as much progress as the past, and our descendants can be as fantastically wealthy compared to us as we are compared to past generations. So let's go for it.
I love that. Such an inspiring sort of final thought to end this conversation today. Jason, I'm so honored to have had the chance to interview you. And
it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's brilliant. And I believe Marshall will be wrapping up.
My name is Dan Lips. I'm the Director of Cyber and National Security with Lincoln Network. I'm thrilled to be hosting this panel of top cybersecurity experts. Welcome, Andrew. Andrew's a principal at ForgePoint Capital, a leading venture capital firm with $300 million under management focused on cybersecurity. Before joining ForgePoint, Andrew was a leader in cyber intelligence operations, serving as a Marine Corps officer in Afghanistan. Megan Brown is a partner at Wiley Ryan, a leading law firm in Washington, D.C. Megan is an expert in cybersecurity and represents corporations in complex proceedings concerning technological innovation and regulation. She served as a senior Department of Justice official in the George W. Bush administration. She also authored a recent report, Techlash and National Security, the Need for U.S. Leadership on Privacy and Security. Both Andrew and Megan are fellows with the National Security Institute at George Mason University. Our conversation is scheduled for 40 minutes, so we're happy to take questions. Please submit them in the chat, and we will get to them as we're closer to the bottom of the hour. Our topic today is the future of cybersecurity. And I'm asking this from Washington, D.C. and Capitol Hill specifically. And I ask the question with recognizing some humility, understanding that these conversations often happen in Washington, D.C., but it's becoming increasingly clear that when it comes to understanding the future of cybersecurity, more broadly technology, answers often aren't in Washington, D.C. Any of us who've worked in federal agencies know that there's a common joke about the federal government's approach to technology and cybersecurity to some extent, and it's that they're offering yesterday's technology tomorrow. And we see this in broken IT projects that run years behind and cost billions more than they should. We see this in embarrassing data breach incidents, some of which are costly for national security. And we see this generally from the government's approach to and tactics for cybersecurity, which are often were best practices, but years and in some cases decades behind. So I'm thrilled for us to be shifting the perspective, to be tapping into industry expertise about this question of the future of cybersecurity. Andrew, I'd love to start with you. From your view as a venture capitalist in cybersecurity, what trends do you think national policymakers should be anticipating in cybersecurity, and how the implications for public policy?
Yeah, first of all, Dan, just want to say thank you. Glad to join here this afternoon with Megan and really appreciate this. I mean, this is a great iteration of the Reboot conference, and always like joining these in the past. As far as cybersecurity, let's talk high level. What is cybersecurity, and what does that mean for where we believe the industry is going? But then more importantly, who is shaping those trends? I don't want to lose fact of that or lose sight of that fact, given that many markets are, of course, made up of individual actors, and those actors, of course, all have interests that they're trying to defend. And I think it's important to understand how we view the cybersecurity market, to also understand what are the implications for policymakers, right? And so when we talk about the role of government, either in setting standards or in acquisition reform, has been a major theme over the past couple of days, and in all these other areas. And then we can also talk about the geopolitical components too, right? And I like to say a lot, cybersecurity is national security in many sense as well. What we're trying to build is a more resilient society, and in what we call at ForgePoint, and how we define cybersecurity broadly is defending the digital world. And so that allows us to kind of take a broader view of what it exactly security means, but then also understand, what's happening in the innovation space, which is primarily where I spend a lot of my time these days. And it's working with young startups, companies that are searching through product market fit, that are working with early customers. These are companies that are also at the leading edge of not only seeing what are the major challenges in security, but also providing a solution in many senses to large organizations who recognize that. And it's important to note too that cybersecurity, unlike a lot of areas, of course, will have to adjust. The technology will have to adjust to the IT architecture and infrastructure changes and so on and so forth. But in security, we also face a sentient opponent, as many of you also like to say, right? At the end of the day, finance software, the purpose of that doesn't change, right? The back end may change, the user experience may change, HR software may change, but the ultimate problem at the end of the day is not changing from day to day. In cybersecurity, maybe ransomware is a very big problem for small businesses today, and perhaps it wasn't that way before. Or, prior to that, maybe it was network security, and thinking about, where some of the legacy antivirus companies had started up, or vulnerability management companies had started. And so these days, a lot of what's happening in cybersecurity is really driven by a couple of things. The first of which is changing IT architecture. So as these organizations continue to migrate to the cloud, well, that's going to change how they think about defending their critical assets, right? As organizations also think about adding new services to consumers and how you protect consumer data and show trust and also build trust with the base. You need to be able to demonstrate not only that you can keep the data safe, but that even on demand, you can maybe delete the data. So privacy is a critical component of security and in many sense, the flip side of that coin. The other thing I'd say is that, let's put this in perspective too. This is, as cybersecurity, this is a $120 billion market where any given year, this year, in fact, there will be about $10 billion worth of venture investment in security. Place that in context of about 150 billion in the U.S. in all stages this year alone. So what we're seeing is cybersecurity is not only growing as an industry, but it's also growing in the mind share for many organizations. Organizations, whether they're CISO or their CIO or their CTO, one of the first things they'll tell you if you ask them what are your top 3 challenges for the organization this year, cybersecurity for the past several years has always been in the top 1 or 2 bucket. And I don't think that's changing at all. And maybe what I would also point out too is cybersecurity is also driven by the threat environment. We talk a lot today about how technology is changing, but also who might be on the other end of a keyboard, who is trying to actually penetrate and steal your organization's data, steal my data. As you talked about government securing data. When my data was stolen in the OPM breach, of course, there's a lot of components there that have nothing to do with, say, consumer privacy, as they might in normal circumstances, but maybe used more for an intelligence component from a major geopolitical adversary and woven together in a piecemeal fabric, along with some of the hotel breach data, as well as Equifax data, or all these other breaches that we're starting to do attribution toward at a government level. And of course, what's happening at the DOJ, I think, is one component of a holistic strategy to contain some of this. But let's not forget too, what's happening in industry, and then also who gets to define where the innovation ecosystem is going. And oftentimes those are those who are opening up their budget to lean in and be design partners. And so one of the challenges, say, government organizations often has is the procurement cycle will oftentimes hamper that process, which then seeds the initiative to seeding this or shaping this innovation ecosystem to organizations like financial services institutions or major retailers or travel companies or so on and so forth.
In looking at some of the things that you were investing in, it seemed to me that there's some of the technologies that are emerging will displace what's happening, particularly inside the federal government and also in industry. For example, I was reading about CyberCube Analytics, which is using a data approach to managing cyber risk, and compare that to what's happening in Washington and recommended by NIST and the NIST framework. It's more of a checklist approach, which was a good step forward at the time, but it's still years out of date at this point. Your BehavioSec is providing a behavioral approach to continuous authentication, or on the other hand, government in a good case scenario may be using multi-factor authentication. You speak to some of the reasons about procurement. What do you see in terms of other emerging technologies, or could you speak to those examples and how those of us in Washington should be thinking about what's coming down the pike?
Yeah. It's a good question, and I think the reality is we're just one investor out of many, but we focus specifically on cybersecurity. And so, to give you a sense of what that means, we have 25 portfolio companies that are active today, and they're operating in categories doing anything from, say, network or application security to cloud workload protection to managing a security operations center as an outsourced offering and a managed service offering for companies to identity and access solutions, either to enhance cloud migration or identity authentication or, continuous authentication, to your point about BehavioSec. I'm glad you mentioned CyberCube in particular, because there are these, I think, areas that overlap quite significantly with the policy community. And I wouldn't say that it's an either or type approach, because we'll in industry focus many of these challenges, i.e. this one in particular, on risk quantification in a lot of the same ways that either regulators or insurers might. And as we're investing thematically and across different areas where we want to see the market catalyzed or believe we're seeing the market catalyzed to support new offerings, as we did in the CyberCube case, we essentially built up a company. We spun out a business unit of a public company and said, look, some companies may focus on external risk rating or may focus on some form of risk quantification. We wanted to marry up both an outside-in perspective of an organization, but also an inside-out perspective to help insurers specifically underwrite or reinsure cyber insurance. And so cyber premiums have gone from $2.5 billion to $5 billion, soon to be $20 billion over the next 3 years in premiums. And what that means is that cyber insurance as a line is the fastest growing line that insurers have seen in decades. And if carriers and reinsurers can price the risk adequately, this can actually be a very profitable line for them. So there are market incentives to see this industry accelerate, but the way you make this profitable and the way you actually price risk more effectively is having a better view into what is an organization's risk. And then also answering questions, how do you measure cyber aggregation risk? Right. So think about, about 30 years ago after Hurricane Andrew, the insurance industry began thinking about systemic events like natural catastrophes and, answering a basic question. Am I overweight or underweight earthquake insurance in California? Or I'm a Florida native. Am I over or underweight hurricane exposure, flood insurance in Florida? And so we need to be asking the same question. Are cyber insurers over or underweight cyber premiums for these large aggregation events? And we've seen some of those too. What happens if Dyn goes down for more than 24 hours, right? What happens if AWS and all the companies that use that for infrastructure goes down on the East Coast? What sort of business interruption losses can those reinsurers be expected to pay out? But then how do we back up through the value chain to actually get a clear sense of what that is? And so when you talk about the policy ramifications of that, there's a lot that is happening in the market, but frankly, there's still a lot more in terms of data collection that we all can use to have better statistical analysis of breach data, right? Because there is no defined law, more or less, that we have a holistic set on what that looks like, right? And that was one of the recommendations to come out of the Cyber Solarium project. And so much in the same way that we would have a Bureau of Economic Analysis to produce GDP data, we would want some sort of public good to help us understand what does breach data look like today, so that it can now feed into this ecosystem where all parties can have a clearer sense of the risks they might be exposed to.
It's encouraging to talk about that, particularly as insurance markets has often been thought of as the other way to solve the public concerns about cybersecurity risks that are otherwise approached by solving through regulation, something that you've written about a lot, Megan. I was hoping to ask you to weigh in, particularly given some of the ideas you presented in your paper over the summer on techlash and national security, and the risks of going further down the regulatory path is something that presumably a new Biden administration would be more open to than the current administration.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good inflection point to think about what has worked in U.S. policy on cyber and maybe what could use some tinkering and what we should avoid actively. And I do think there is a tendency right now towards more of a trust but verify. I think the government, sort of, if I can paint with a broad brush, is looking for proof. Right, they're looking for evidence that the largely public-private partnership approach, the non-regulatory approach, is working. I think one way that manifests is in the Solarium report that Andrew mentioned. He and I will disagree, I think, on sort of mandatory incident reporting. I think, the Bureau of Cyber Statistics is interesting as a concept, but I worry about importing to cyber sort of the middling effectiveness of the nation's current data breach reporting regime and sort of how you manage those kinds of information pulls from the private sector. So I think the jury's still out for me on what pieces of that could work. But I think, yeah, we're at a point where I do fear that we're going to get more direct regulation that might be problematic for all the reasons, Dan and Andrew, that you mentioned earlier, but including, being inherently backwards looking, right? Regulation often is responsive to the thing that happened before, and it might not be able to, or is highly unlikely to be able to anticipate the next threat or risk. I think another danger I see from going down a regulatory path is there's a huge information gap between what's going on in the private sector and the companies that Andrew gets to see and the technologies that are out there and what the government may be able to access or perceive. And I think policymaking in the face of that kind of a gap or information asymmetry is dangerous because it leads the government to presume perhaps a market failure where none might exist, or a bigger problem than what they actually need to be solving for. So I do get worried about a move towards a more command and control approach to cyber, which is really, we fought that battle back in the 08-09 timeframe with some of the pieces of legislation that would have been very prescriptive on cybersecurity obligations. I see in the Solarium report a desire to amend the Sarbanes-Oxley legislation to include cyber risk and third-party auditing. I don't think that's the right way to address this, is to treat cyber superintendents the same way we treated financial fraud. The incentives are not as misaligned as I think some people think, that companies really do, they're on different maturity levels. But, I started sort of evangelizing cyber 10 years ago, and the sea change that I've seen in clients and companies in their willingness and interest in tackling cyber and improving it internally is remarkable. Sure, we have a long way to go, but I don't know that moving to a sort of more direct regulatory model is the way to go, precisely because it's likely to, big picture, I think, miss the opportunity to build collaborative relationships with the private sector and switch into a more enforcement type model and compliance checklist type model, which I think Andrew mentioned earlier is not really the way we should be doing cyber. That may work for certain other things you want to manage, but I don't relish, the Federal Communications Commission or someone else just being out there, being the enforcer for cyber against a static set of federal regulations, for example, that can't possibly keep up with the pace of innovation or the changing threat dynamic. So that's sort of my perspective on the inflection point that I think we're at now.
One of the issues you raised in your report was how GDPR and external global regulatory standards are really driving some of these discussions. And you recommend calling for federal preemption or harmonization on data breach reporting. Why do you think that hasn't happened? I have my own thoughts about this. Would love to hear yours.
Yeah, there's a cynical response to this, which unfortunately I happen to agree with, which is everyone, I feel like almost everyone has agreed that we need a federal data breach notification standard for the past 20 years. And the stumbling block has been, I think, two things. One, whether to treat states as a floor or a ceiling, and whether we're going to preempt state law and the associated private rights of action that allow plaintiffs to sue over data breaches. To me, a federal standard makes all the sense in the world. A 51st standard may not. And that's why I think you haven't gotten to yes on data breach notice. Take that to a broader issue like sort of substantive plenary privacy legislation of the kind that would supplant California's approach. And I think the problem becomes really hard if we're stuck on the ability to sue and whether states can go farther. And I think those are sort of two fundamental problems that we have to grapple with. And I think, for me, companies, yes, they can comply with various tax codes, they can do certain things, but regulating the uses of data across state lines does not seem to make a lot of sense. Data, to me, is the lifeblood of interstate commerce, and Congress should be stepping in to sort of explain what the expectations are and then protect the beneficial uses of data for the nation. Because right now we have a system where California and a handful of other states can effectively regulate for the rest of us. And I don't think that's what we should be doing for our connected economy.
Andrew, do you have any comments on these issues of the regulatory environment and how it affects companies that are trying to emerge.
Yeah, let's pick up on this idea of data protection, the data privacy laws that are both in the Senate Commerce Committee, I think is one example. And there's been a number of hearings on this fairly recently as well. And Megan enumerated the two roadblocks there. But what's interesting, in my opinion, to the idea of preemption is that the big push, in my opinion, has been toward to drive, or data privacy legislation has been to drive toward a national standard. But meanwhile, you do have states like California who don't want to give up on preemption, right? And I think it only makes sense that, irrespective of who's sitting in the White House after January and who controls the Senate, I think this is one area where you're going to see move forward into next year, because there is this broad consensus that we need to do something. We just need to tinker around the edges here to figure out, okay, maybe preemption is the way to go. But some of the other requirements or right of action for individuals is probably not in the best interest, given who the overseeing authorities could be. And so I agree that, look, what you don't want is 50 jurisdictions to all set a standard, or in this case, right, California, again, approved Prop 24 here a few days ago, and so now adds additional requirements to CCPA. And so what's hard for other states, to the point about data knowing no boundaries, is many companies just may assume that, look, let's just apply the California standard to everywhere. And that may be great for marketing for many of their customers, but often who's hamstrung are the smaller organizations who necessarily don't have the compliance regime to manage that sort of workload. So I do agree that there needs to be one standard. And so data privacy legislation is probably one of the things you're going to see move forward. Back to the other topic of other areas where legislation has had mixed effect, I would say at best. Think about information sharing legislation over the past few years, and it ultimately produced essentially not a technology solution, but a trading mechanism to trade threat data at mail speed. And that's not really effective when we're in a world of machine-to-machine speed that we have to be in for cybersecurity. And so that's another business opportunity where we don't have a market failure. We actually have some of our portfolio companies working in this data sharing ecosystem, IronNet being a great example in what they're doing, both sharing between industries as well as government back and forth. So is legislation a panacea here? No, but I do think, the playing field has to be leveled. And, to Megan's point too, requirements out of the Solarium for a SOX type certification. I agree with that as well. Look, you can't there's not this misalignment between reporting mechanisms and in security. Most organizations don't even see security as a competitive advantage, but as something that they have to do and are willing to collaborate on doing as well. And what you want to avoid if you're trying to encourage a market to grow and develop is you want to avoid a checklist approach. You want to avoid something being now bucketed into a compliance checklist and pursuing security, because frankly, it's the right thing to do for your organization, and it creates trust with your consumers.
And just to follow up on that, I think the idea, I think we always have to ask ourselves if the purpose of Lincoln here is to talk about how to promote innovation and protect innovation. I think a question that always has to be asked by policymakers in this kind of space is the government occupying a space that someone else could occupy? Or is the government doing something that just by virtue of the government sitting in that space is going to distort the market or the incentives for the market for innovators to do what they do? And one example may be, right, in the Solarium report, there's this call for basically a giant data lake, like a collaborative information sharing environment. And that's great as an idea, but I'm not convinced that various ISACs and private sector approaches couldn't fill some of those needs better than a large government effort towards that same end. And in fact, the government doing that might crowd out certain private initiative in that space, or put its thumb on the scale, for example, to pick a contractor who's going to do that. And then you've tweaked or distorted the market. So that's sort of how I come to these questions: is what the government proposes to do going to help innovation, or is it going to stifle it by narrowing choice and sort of picking winners and losers? And that seems to me a big risk in a lot of areas related to cyber and national security these days.
That opens to a question about research and development. In what way is the government's role being productive, spurring innovation, or are we seeing a crowd out effect? Andrew, I wonder if, from your perspective in venture capital.
Yeah, look, we've all seen the charts where you can see government federally funded R&D declining since the middle of last century, right? It's a real phenomenon. But what you don't typically see on that chart is the increase, the near inversion of that line for private businesses, right? So many organizations now are making up a quite sizable percentage of total U.S. R&D spend in the U.S. So any given year, so this year there's going to be about $500 billion of R&D. Federal is only about $120 billion of that, right? And so business R&D investment totals a good portion of the remainder, and that's up from about 0.5% of GDP to 1.5% of GDP or thereabouts today. And you see this in a number of areas, whether it's in cybersecurity or in AI technology or across infrastructure. And so there has been a massive shift also in where markets are moving and who is informing those markets, who is nudging those markets towards solving which challenges or opportunities to pursue. And that's the point I made earlier about, look, just in venture alone, there's going to be $150 billion invested, altogether in the U.S. And if you think about the $10 billion invested in cybersecurity specifically, a good rule of thumb is that about $4 to $5 billion of that will be spent directly in R&D in, frankly, what are emerging companies, right? There's, especially in this category, there's this classic innovator's dilemma of how to innovate in cybersecurity. A lot of your incumbents in this space are spending R&D on product sustainment rather than new product innovation. And so what happens is now there's space for new companies to build and grow a new solution, whether for a new area of the market, so this is business model innovation, or maybe it's a new technology solution, right? And think of that as product innovation. And oftentimes what happens is that company will build, they'll win customers, whether they're focused on ransomware or the network or cloud security or wherever. But in many cases, that incumbent company may decide ultimately to acquire that company after they prove out a market and prove out their technology and win a customer base. And so this all creates both the capital, the dynamism, the incentive structure for the market to function today. And I don't think without that approach, you would see, frankly, the U.S. being more resilient in security than in many places elsewhere. Think about some major destructive ransomware attacks that have spread globally. And countries that are still on Windows 95 or Windows XP, are particularly hit pretty hard on that. And these are also the same countries that typically bootleg licenses and skirt IP regulations. And so there are certain advantages also to having a more robust market incentive structure here. I think we'll also talk about China later on. And I'm in a market where, frankly, 2/3 of the global cybersecurity market is between the U.S. and Europe. There's not many markets that look like that today, right? China is less than 2 or 3%, right? And so there's, in many ways, kind of a threat component to this, where both trust and access to technology plays a big part in how customers also view potential solutions.
You raised China. I wanted to get both of your thoughts on the trend that we've seen under the current administration and what we may see with a shift to a Biden administration. No issue looms larger over the national cybersecurity debate than the relationship with China and the risks of economic and industrial espionage, supply chain threats, and also threats within the venture capital community. A few years back, we had a report from DIU warning about extensive investment as a way to transfer technology. What do you think of the current policy mechanisms that are in place to address these threats, and could they be changed or reformed to strengthen security?
I think several of the things that have been put in place will endure and are not going to be, changed by a change in administration. I mean, we've seen remarkable changes with CFIUS, FIRMA, Team Telecom, and sort of the regulation of foreign direct investment. I do think there probably could be improvements on that to really focus in on the areas of risk. Right. I think right now we have clients and others who are looking at the regulatory regime for investment in the United States and maybe not loving what they see. And so there's a lot of effort that goes into either structuring to avoid US government review or investing elsewhere. And so I think the government should probably try and be a little more transparent about what it's really concerned about and not, I think one of the reasons we got into the problem we have now with sunk costs with Huawei and ZTE are, there was a small group of people who understood what the government was worried about, but the rest of the telecom sector maybe wasn't in on those conversations. And so the government needs to be able to have ways to communicate with Silicon Valley, with innovators, with the tech sector, with others, critical infrastructure and manufacturing, what they're really worried about, and not just sort of, wink, wink, nudge, don't do business, but like share real information. We've told many government agencies they've got to fix, overclassification. They've got to get companies with clearances so we can have these conversations so that companies can properly make risk-based decisions that have a long tail, right? Acquisition, partnerships, things like that. So that's something that I think is going to endure, the government's interest in China and concern about China. I think some of the more recent things that have popped up, like the executive orders on WeChat and TikTok, have been distractions, have been hard for companies to deal with on the fly. And that shows the need for the government to really be aware of business planning cycles. Supply chain decision making is not made in 30 days, right? You don't pivot away from a manufacturer on a dime. And so telegraphing where the government's going to go, I think, is really vital for companies to be able to predictably invest and make plans to be in the United States, to invest in the United States. That's sort of my hope would be, whatever happens with the election or this post-election phase, is that the next 4 years be focused on building some of that relationship and trust to share information about what the government's worried about, so that we have a more resilient framework for companies to assess these risks, so they're not caught off guard or surprised by a pivot at the last minute by the US government.
Andrew, care to weigh in?
Yeah, Megan, I think, the point about transparency is well taken. And I can empathize with that. There's also an imperative, though, that the government, quote unquote, faces here, where security challenges are fundamental to national security. And, under a Biden administration, I do think the sands have shifted sufficiently to make this bilateral relationship with China be one of the most important, longer lasting. So while there may be change around tone, change around certain particular actions, I do think one of the longest lasting policy changes precipitated by the Trump administration has been specifically with regard to the posture with China, that recognizing that given Chinese industrial policy, given IP theft, given a multifaceted strategy that seeks to have nationals then pilfer IP and bring it back to the mainland, and this goes on, and we've been talking about these challenges for a decade now, right? And from the years since the original House report on ZTE and Huawei. And it's an area where I worked in when I was in government, in the intelligence community specifically. And so these are not hypothetical risks that if the industry could understand that they would somehow appreciate. These are very real, I think, challenges to our own national security, but more fundamentally, I think, to our own values, right? And short of, thinking about what has been the policy over the last 4 years, you can think about where would we be otherwise. You can imagine a Qualcomm not being a U.S. company. You can imagine some of these other what had been or become CFIUS forced divestitures not happening. And without that, I don't think investors would have changed their posture. But the reality is investment has dried up about 40, 50% just over the past few years, both into China and then Chinese investment, more importantly, into the US. Some of that's related to the climate, but it's also related, I think, in particular to, frankly, how investors now view the risks of putting, say, sensitive IP in the mainland and having a way to. So yeah, I say all that to show that FIRMA, and when FIRMA was came out a couple years ago, as CFIUS was being reformed, there was a lot of angst from the venture capital community, especially through our industry association. I think some of that may have been well placed as far as getting toward definitions and clear understandings of what might be covered. But I think at the end of the day, it was the right policy mechanism to do. And when I talk to policymakers in places like the UK, we talked on Friday about what NCSC is doing and some of the successes they're having. They look to us, and primarily in this area, as one of the facets they would like to duplicate.
Yeah.
And so I think you're going to see more of our key partners around the world taking an approach here that's been successful.
Yeah, and I would say I wouldn't mind other countries picking up CFIUS or FIRMA. Where I get frustrated is when you've got like implementation of Section 889 of the National Defense Authorization Act, or these very disparate supply chain moves where it'll say Huawei and affiliates, and a lot of companies have their risk matrix, and they're like, well, I don't know what all of the affiliates are. So the government has to find a way to better communicate with the private sector, sort of how the logistics of this are really going to work, right? Because it's not, given geopolitical realities, I don't think it's sufficient to just basically, not that I'm saying you're doing this, but to say like China bad and now figure it out private sector. Like they're going to need more guidance when it comes to the Federal Acquisition Supply Council and sort of what are really the tripwires here for a problem under the US government's approach, right?
We're almost out of time. With a few minutes left, would look to give you both just a chance to make any closing remarks that you'd like to share with our audience today.
Andrew, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Let's come back to framing. I know we talked, there was a talk on the conference on Friday about how do we frame cybersecurity, and Eli Sugarman and Daniel had a conversation, has as this idea of the cyber visuals project. I think that's helpful because there's a certain connotation of what it means to be a cybersecurity professional. I would also go further and say that think about too how we frame just the word cyber. It's a weird word that has some roots in the cyberpunk culture of another century, really, of decades ago, and think about what that does for what we're signaling to those who should be coming into the industry, right? You can be in the healthcare industry and you don't have to be a doctor. Maybe you can be a nurse. Maybe you can be a hospital administration, so on and so forth. I think when we think about cybersecurity, we think of all the technology problems and the technology innovations, and we have this scope of criteria on what a technologist, whether they're a pen tester or black hat hacker or all these other things, really looks like. But you can be, in a number of other functions, and I don't know if you know, Cindy and Ron Gula have this great concept of renaming the industry data care in much the same way to make the industry more accessible. Because one of the biggest challenges we have today is actually talent. The industry is growing so fast, and many organizations can't pay enough to entry-level employees that we need to leverage areas of diversity, veterans coming in, non-traditional folks out of universities. But we need to do that in a way that also makes the community more accessible. And this idea of data care can allow us to shed some of the baggage of this cyber word and say that, look, data is everybody's responsibility, not necessarily infrastructure or IT or cyber with the security person, but it's every part of an organization's responsibility to take seriously.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on that. I think that's very well put. I think related to that is the importance of risk management, because I think cyber makes it sound like it's a very IT thing or it can be compartmentalized, but it's really from the top of an organization to the bottom, whether you're a government organization, a company, an innovator, a nonprofit. It's really about where do your risks fall and who's managing them. And to me, that's, in-house counsel need to be taken seriously. Boards are. Everybody just needs to embrace this concept of risk management. You're not going to solve all these problems. You're not going to prevent an attack or a breach or something, but you have to, build in the structures for your own sort of ability to intake and respond and recover from those kind of things. And that's an organization-wide discussion that I don't know that a lot of lawyers are super comfortable having, but it's multifaceted and it requires a lot of different people. So I liked what Andrew said about sort of data care. It's not just an IT problem. It's sort of an organization problem and an external problem in terms of how you interact with the government and your ecosystem to really get a handle on what threats you're facing and how you're going to handle an event, because event is certainly going to happen, whether it's a supply chain disruption or a cyber attack.
Great closing thoughts from both of you. I'd like to close by thanking you both for your time and sharing your expertise with us. I know I certainly enjoyed it. I believe our audience did too. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks. Bye. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last but not least panel of the day for Lincoln's Reboot 2020. Ironically, neither of these folks work in Silicon Valley, but we are going to roll with these amorphous titles either way. But we're really excited to bring a conversation on cities, data, and the sort of future in a post-COVID world. We're joined by Kelly Chin, who is the, making sure I'm getting this right, the Chief Analytics Officer of the City of New York. We're also with Lillian Coral of the Knight Foundation, where she was previously the Chief Data Officer at the City of Los Angeles under Mayor Eric Garcetti. I think the most immediate question is, what is the difference between a Chief Data Officer and a Chief Analytics Officer? That's what I was trying to get right there. Lillian.
That's a great question. I mean, I can start, but I would say, I think in the Chief Data role, what we really tried to do in the City of Los Angeles is both focus on the open data program for the city, which was a big anchor for Mayor Eric Garcetti, who was, I think one of the leading mayors who really focused on open data and transparency in the early stages of this movement. And then we also really tried to focus on an analytics program and a digital services program, which is actually something I think we'll both dig into later today. So in that role, I think we were trying to encompass multiple different ways in which data is utilized in a city, not just sort of, I think sometimes what traditionally we think of or how we think of data being used as primarily like a performance measurement management tool. So that's how we did it at the city. But Kelly, how are you guys treating?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think here in City of New York, we've gotten, this title predates me, the Chief Analytics Officer, and really was one that was written into the legislation here. So in New York, we are very privileged that the data team and office are actually written into the city charter, which is effectively New York City's constitution, even though it was by executive order at this point, I think about 8+ years ago. So part of this is naming semantics, and you may call different titles different things in different cities. And I just want to echo Lillian and Los Angeles's great work over time, really thinking about data as asset. I think of that as one of the key distinctions between chief data officers really in charge of governance and maintaining data sets as assets. Not to say that I don't also do that as a part of my job, but we also have a team of really fantastic data scientists here in the City of New York. And one of my core functions and my office's core functions is to deliver analysis. So we are the ones you call when you need a quick data analysis done or an agency may need work done. And that has certainly transpired since March and April for us when COVID hit around pandemic analysis.
Yeah, so I'm obviously not asking for political commentary here, but the thing that's changed between Friday, the first day of Reboot, and today is obviously President-elect Biden became President-elect Biden. So as you're thinking about the City of New York, and Lillian, as you're thinking about LA and your broader portfolio, how does a presidential transition or this sort of process factor into the ways that cities are thinking about their challenges, especially during COVID? Would just love any general thoughts on that.
Sure, I'm happy to start here. So I think first off, a lot of this comes down to funding for state and local governments, and with the President-elect Biden coming in January, I think that is top of mind for not just New York City, which our annual operating budget is over 90 billion a year, and we service 8.6 million New Yorkers. But that is certainly first and foremost in mind here. And then, of course, there are many, many, many different policy areas that I believe folks are just starting to read more through the transition website and the plan in terms of what the incoming 46 administration's priorities will be. And what the analysis of kind of policy priorities here in New York City will be. But yeah, definitely the dollars and the funding.
Yeah. And I'll just add one thing. I was actually in my role in the city of Los Angeles during the last presidential transition to President Trump. And I think one of the biggest things, and in hindsight, it's unfortunate because I don't think we've made much progress on it, broadly speaking, is there still lacks a lot of understanding or clarity about governance of data as an asset, to Kelly's point previously, in terms of especially how cities manage that data, how they then share it with either the state or the federal government. And so I remember one of the first things that happened under President Trump's first month in office was a lot of the executive orders around immigration. And the question became locally, how much data and information do we have to give to the federal government? And how do we actually even have a full sense of how we as a city were managing that information? And I think we actually moved, in the city of Los Angeles, there was a decision to move forward with an executive order around immigration that also included a stipulation around data sharing with the federal government. I would say 4 years later, I mean, I don't know that we're going to have the same kinds of questions immediately in this administration, but I think for all individuals in these data roles, there's still a lack of clarity. And this is, I think, where a future opportunity with an administration that may be open to data and tech and more active on it is, how do we start to really clarify as a country the governance structures of these municipal and civic data assets, because we really don't have that. I think cities individually come up with executive orders or ways of managing information, but across municipalities, we still don't have the kinds of standards we really should as a country that we should have in place. And I think some states like California obviously are starting to put more of that with privacy standards statewide, but we still really don't have that as a country, and we really should. And so that's one thing I kind of think about from the last transition and wonder what would happen under this one as well.
Yeah, thanks for pointing out the sort of opportunity framework, because I think that's a good transition for us as we're sort of moving into this sort of 3-4 month agenda sort of setting period. Kelly, from a New York City perspective, what would be your priority areas that do relate to this broader sort of data, so like city analytics question for the federal government? And Lillian, like taking a sort of step back, how would you think about those broader set of opportunities at cities, not just merely with New York, obviously?
Yeah, so I think I can echo for in alignment here in New York City and every other jurisdiction, COVID. Our priorities around data analysis, data collection, integration, whether it is public health information, testing capacity here in the city, ensuring that New Yorkers are getting tested in the months to come, and in addition, any operational data. So I think what's super interesting is every time I talk about data, people immediately start thinking about public health data, but there's a lot of data out there that relates as proxies to COVID that have to do with government's response. So let's take as an example here in the city, feeding New Yorkers and food insecurity. There's a ton of data that we've been providing and receiving based off the delivery of, at this point in the city, millions and millions and millions of meals that have happened over the last 8+ months. And so this type of data from the very beginning was, Lillian knows this, very, very complex and manual to integrate a lot of those data streams, but it continues to be really important. And I think for those of you who are following, whether your jurisdiction is grappling with a second wave or a third wave, it is even that much more important that by now, hopefully, you've stood up the data infrastructure and that information flowing into decision makers and policymakers' hands are helping now as we head into wintertime do a better job of making more tailored decisions. And I think this goes back to, Marshall, your questions around incoming federal administration. I would love to see more intelligent investments from the federal government, literally directly injections into data infrastructure and data integration, because this is a constant. Whenever there's an emergency, we're always running around trying to figure out how can we do a better job here, and oftentimes it is still a need for funds.
Yeah, I echo everything Kelly says, and the only thing I would just add is I think I'm hopeful that any administration coming in, whenever we have a transition of power, always starts to think about technology not as a standalone, but really as as flip it. It's not a vertical anymore. It's really a horizontal that cuts across every single program. And in particular with COVID, I think we've seen the challenges that we have as states, as cities, in handling a pandemic when we don't have, as Kelly's described, the data infrastructure or the technology capacity. And on the consumer side of things, if you think about how people are working from home, students accessing school, that capacity has really been stretched and is very limited in many cities, large and medium and small. And then obviously the infrastructure within the city and the governance body to actually provide those services is also really limited. So I'm hopeful, and I'm still waiting for an administration that really says, this is 2020. And we need to all be digital, and that requires really investing in technology, not as a standalone thing, but really as part and parcel of providing public service.
Yeah. So as we get sort of in
that we still don't have. Sorry.
No worries. Something I'm thinking about, and I'm sure everyone in every city is thinking about, sort of like the idea that COVID is going to be particularly terrible during the winter time. So as we're sort of like thinking about these sort of like this clear upcoming challenge that we're going to have in cities, Kelly, I liked your point about how data just doesn't simply relate to sort of public health issues. So what are sort of ways that you're considering the broader analytical picture? How can that sort of serve to address everything from sort of schools to the food insecurity point? I think it'd be helpful to elucidate sort of the picture there.
Yeah, so there's a couple different frames. I think one, especially for this audience listening in, we have a pretty strong cohort of actually volunteers that have delved into the analytics and tech space to help service local governments. For those of you not familiar, some of those organizations like the United States Digital Response Group, started up by folks who are connected with Code for America. I feel like this infrastructure has been stood up again and again through the years with different emergencies over time. But this time it's kind of grown up, and I've seen a lot more concreteness in terms of how they partner with local jurisdictions, even though you have a lot of folks that are full-time employees working at different companies saying, I'm here, I volunteer to really help support what my local community may need, that may not immediately have the capacity to be able to do that. And that brings me to my second point, which is that, when it's blue skies in New York City, I run around saying like we should be investing in more data scientists and bringing on more analytical talent. And the city of New York has done a ton of work. I've only been here for 2 years and 1 month, so there's a lot of work that predates me. And what agencies have been doing is building up their own data teams. So my team, we're a small, nimble team of 10. You think of like, we could never be deep technical experts in how parks work or how the fire department works or how the environmental protection team works. And so what's been really neat for us is to watch the springing up of different offices and agencies at those various departments. And I think, Lillian, I know we've had many discussions and our colleagues have as well. This totally depends on the jurisdiction. There's some jurisdictions. I used to work for the city of Boston. We had one data team, 20 odd of us. We managed a lot of the data assets for the whole city. Here in New York City, and I'm trying not to be very New York City exceptionalism here, we have 300,000 employees and manage to provide education for 1.1 million school kids each year, K through 12. So it's a little bit of a different ballgame that I don't just think about how does MODA, how does my team support capacity, but I am increasingly thinking about how can we actually leverage additional resources and other places to go. And the last thing I'll say here is that, Marshall, we in July at MODA, we launched something called the New York City Recovery Data Partnership. And I encourage folks to go take a look. It's nyc.gov/recovery data, one word. And again, this is me trying to figure out with a group of folks, how do we leverage private sector support, external support? And so what we're getting is a lot of data actually streamed into the city for analysis purposes. So LinkedIn and how we're doing jobs-wise, workforce-wise, Zillow's New York City brand, StreetEasy, how are we doing when it comes to the rental market and housing here? I continue to think about our analysis teams at agencies. They do such a great job, but data, it very much is a platitude at this point. Data really is fuel for us. If we don't have it, we oftentimes can't actually derive a lot of these insights. And so a lot of our work continues to be figuring out what are the additional pieces of information that we need in order to deliver better analysis for the city. So those are a couple thoughts from me, but yeah, Lillian, love to hear from you.
No, I mean, I think what the only thing that sort of just comes to mind is, as Kelly said, 10 to 300,000 employees is quite a load to bear. And yet, in a lot of ways, you are actually one of the most resource-rich, analytic groups in the country. And so I think, again, I'll just hammer the point that, at least from a public sector perspective, which I sort of can hammer now that I'm not in it, it's like we have, but I love to do it. That's why I love my job, is like just hammering the point that, like, I don't think we're really treating these teams in the way that they need to be treated and in the way that they can be resourced in order to be effective. And nothing like this pandemic to kind of start to really beg the question, like, why can't we do contact tracing in like a really smart and effective way? And I think part of it is we're not really staffed or resourced in that way. One thing that's missing from a lot of these teams is something like someone who is sort of a legal expert and can understand questions around privacy. Like we don't even get to unearth or scratch those issues in the public sector because we're just sort of doing the best we can with, teams that are greatly outnumbered by the amount of demand or activity that's happening around them. And so I think it's for the audience, it's like we want cities to be smarter, but I do think thinking of ways of partnering with agencies like Kelly's and the work that she's doing around the recovery, I've seen it. It's amazing. Those are the kinds of things we need to start thinking about. The U.S. Digital Service response team is also, I think, the more that we can support those kinds of programs, because you do have these amazing public servants who just are outnumbered, and there's no way that they can really tackle the kinds of issues that we're facing in cities with the tech infrastructure and the human capital that we have.
Yeah. So as we're discussing this, the immediate thought that comes to mind is, could you all speak to what all these issues just sort of felt like back in March? Because I was in New York literally the last weekend before everything basically sort of locked down. I'm in DC now, and I'm just sort of, at Lincoln, we had to struggle with converting everything to Zoom meetings, and that was like awkward but straightforward. But just what was it like just being in this space, the city space during this sort of period? That's just, it seems vivid.
Sure, I can start. Marshall, didn't think that I would go back in history in my mind that far back, at least for this conversation. But, it was, in one way, we were feeling, I think for anyone in local government, feeling the same thing everyone was feeling, which was like, trying to understand what was going on and trying to understand what the local guidance was at the time, and then also being kind of this public servant that everyone in your life was like asking you what the actual guidance was at the same time. I will say, this is more of just a personal statement. Being able to work on something meaningful in the midst of all of this, and not just, you know, in March, but all the way through now, is one of the great, I think, privileges of being a public servant. And I think for my team and I, that meant we were on call 24/7. I mean, certainly I think I've gotten like a lot more wrinkles and a couple more white hairs since March, and my poor team has as well. But we were on call because we really didn't know what analysis needs were. Everything required a very quick turnaround. I think our usual pace that we work at is already pretty fast. The clip within the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, you know, we turn stuff around. We can do it in a day or two, a week. And it all of a sudden was like, no, we need that. Like, can you do that in the hour? Because there's a briefing that's going to the mayor, or the emergency management commissioner is sending out a report. And so that kind of almost relentless pace of analysis needed was not just true of here in New York City, but true across the country. And so I certainly can't speak for like every single data team out there. I just know that there's a lot of public servants in a lot of municipalities who don't get the like great privilege I do and like Lillian does of getting here and like talking to all of you about our various teams' work. But like everything that we were asked of, how many N95 masks are there in the city, across all of the agencies, across the hospitals, expired, not expired, sizes of those masks, surgical. Like I learned way more about masks, I think, in 24 hours than I ever thought I would working this job. These are the types of questions that your data professionals who are also public servants were grappling with at the very start. And I think what was really humbling, and always is humbling about the work, is that we oftentimes don't have the answers. I oftentimes were asked the questions like, can you do this? I was like, no. They're like, why? I was like, we literally don't have any of that data. My guess is as good as yours. And I think even for myself, where I have very much a bar for delivery, right? Our quality, our assuredness around certain analysis early on, that was really tough. Like sometimes we didn't meet that bar, but we couldn't not deliver anything. We had to deliver something. And I think that was oftentimes a lot of the discussions and reconciliations was explaining always, I have 20,000 caveats to what we're going to deliver, but this is better than you guys having nothing about what it is operationally that you're trying to understand. And I think, again, as I was talking about earlier, with all these different city agencies across the city also all having their own data teams, we were not alone. We also worked in very close partnership with other city agency offices who were also 24/7 because their commissioners and their teams also needed very, very fast turnaround analysis. I don't know, Lillian, did you actually miss being in the middle of all of this as you were looking on from night?
I sort of did, to the point that you made, like when you started, which is that I think it was such a crazy moment, and you didn't know, right? There was this moment where we were like, what's going to happen? Especially as toilet paper was running out and there were long lines at Costco and stuff. And you're just like, and then I just kept thinking like what I would have to be doing if I was in a different role. And there was a part of me that wanted to actually like be helpful and be not just trying to figure out where I could find groceries, or where I could find, the things, the essentials that we were looking for. I'm like, I'd rather be doing that. So there's a part of me that was that, but what was a couple of interesting observations, in this role, I get to now work with cities and work on issues beyond data under sort of like the smart cities umbrella. And what was really fascinating and slightly optimistic, I think, the demand for the services of these teams is really great. And one comment that I heard and I saw across different cities was that, oftentimes innovation teams, data teams, they're really seen as like a nice luxury kind of benefit to have. And all of a sudden these individuals, these, very capable, smart, bright individuals in these roles were being actually put on the front lines of a lot of the work that's happening. And that was actually, and that's in some ways, I remember having this conversation with someone like, that's actually also a monumental shift, because you have to remember that, you know, a lot of these public agencies are really driven by policy and legislation. And so usually, you know, the data geeks, you know, it's like, you know, we're not allowed oftentimes in those spaces. And all of a sudden, like here, there's a really great opportunity where cities were in need. And a lot of these innovation teams were the ones who actually, these data or innovation teams were the ones who actually answering the call. So that's actually really optimistic. And then the other thing was, I mean, just we've been talking about cities going digital. And it was interesting how this one moment actually like forced cities to be much more digital than like 10, 15 years of folks advocating that cities had to be more digital. And so that just willingness and that openness to like make services go online and go into forms where, again, a lot of teams really have to collaborate, but push and nudge departments along to make these things not in-person processes. A lot of that just went away in one day, obviously. Or in a series of days, and it was really remarkable to see how easily the cities shifted, and then how open a lot of these departments were, because it was either going digital or actually, you know, being in a relevant service, and that's a whole other kind of trail of conversation we can have. But
yeah, of course. So speaking a little more towards the title of the event, obviously the audience here is sort of in the technologist people and sort of the tech community, and the sort of obvious conventional wisdom is that every company and their cousin is having to think seriously about sort of the future of cities and whether this is the place where it makes sense to locate. So can you all just sort of speak at a sort of from a data analytical level, but also sort of a personal level, because your lives are obviously immersed on a professional level in cities. Could you speak to the set of trade-offs and choices that companies and technologists are having to think about when they think, like, should I focus remote only? Is there still a value in being in a place like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco? Can you all speak to that? Kelly, first, please.
Well, I think I can speak. This is dangerous territory. I'll speak on behalf of New York City and Los Angeles and say that the like global and national desire to live and work and like be in these cities, like I don't think that's going to subside. Like there are many people who would love to live, myself included, one day in LA, maybe when I retire from this job. But to really be focused in these cities. And I think, you know, very specifically recently, that when you think about urban density and a lot of the studies that really demonstrate the connections between urban density and innovation, I think about that a lot, that there's still a lot of this physicality and like closeness of people together that brings together here in New York City or in LA and or other places, let's say, you know, an arts and culture scene that is very, very different than other jurisdictions throughout the country. And so I still continue to think about that in the back of my head around all of these different industries that have sprung up. I'm sure you guys have been paying attention that Broadway will continue to stay closed here in New York City, at least for the foreseeable future into 2021. But I just think about a lot of these intangibles that have to do with the closeness of people together in different spaces, and the fact that the demand to live in New York City, despite what you may read in the Times or other outlets over the last 8 months, that demand has not subsided. I do think that the flexibility, you know, that myself, I've had to be working remotely. That's been the protocol here since March for all of us. I do think that has shifted people's thinking. Maybe not so much like I'm moving to Vermont necessarily, or moving to somewhere much more rural. But I think what's really interesting for this group is potentially folks who are more interested in moving to mid-sized cities and still getting that balance of large city feel, but let's say like actually a backyard, because I'm here in New York City, or other treats that one could have if you had a little bit more space. So I do think that's a big piece that I've been thinking through. And certainly for us, it's always, Lillian knows this, it's always so hard to recruit, but it's a lot easier to recruit in New York City because people want to live here. They want to be a public servant, and people love being public servants here in New York City. because you get to make a difference. Marshall, this used to be my pitch in DC as well, right? You get to live in a city, you get to do good, you get to help the country or help the local jurisdiction. But I do think about that now where I don't know how cities are going to adapt if this continues on. Will I be having staff that are, out there in Missouri, but like actually working here in New York City, residency and union rules to the side? I do think about that a lot, is that all of a sudden the hiring ability here for governments has expanded a little bit. But yeah, a lot of structural questions, I think, still on the horizon here.
Yeah, we've seen, so Knight does this really interesting report. One of our other key areas of investment in the communities program at Knight Foundation is around public spaces. And so we do a lot of surveying about how you create attachment to place. That's kind of just one of our natural questions that we ask. And I think to Kelly's point about the arts and culture, we had just recently done the survey around communities and attachment, and that consistently comes up as a huge thing. So I think a city's ability to retain that workforce is really going to depend a lot on its ability to invest in public spaces and in arts and the culture in the city. Those are the things that actually create attachment, less so than employment or some of those other kind of related or like suburban quality of life kinds of issues. It's really a lot of these kind of more cultural things that attach people to place. That being said, the one danger is oftentimes, especially as we head into the aftermath of COVID with budget deficits in many cities, those are the first things that tend to get cut, right? Like not a lot of people are investing in parks and green space, although maybe because of the use of it in this pandemic and the emergency of it, we're hopeful that they will. And obviously the arts and cultural institutions have been just, unfortunately, really hurt by this pandemic. So I think the question is still out. I also don't personally think a lot of people are moving from LA into, like, I've been trying to think about what our equivalent to Vermont is in Los Angeles, and that there just isn't one. Maybe like Arizona or Nevada, but I don't know that I totally see it happening. And but if it does, it's really going to depend on the city's ability to retain things like arts and culture and public spaces. And then lastly, I do agree with the point, and some colleagues of mine, again in the communities program, see this more. I think what we're seeing is people shifting from larger cities to maybe smaller or mid-sized cities. So a lot of folks talk about people from New York moving to Miami. Actually, that's been apparently a migration pattern that we're seeing a lot more. It's not just the snowbirds or the winter birds folks, the retirees who move down south for the colder, for the hotter weather. It's younger people who choose to who are having flexibility and choosing to move. So you might see more mid-size, large to mid-size, or mid-size to mid-size market movement, but I don't think you're going to see like city to rural. I mean, I don't know. That's sort of my just personal point of view. I don't know that I have hard data on that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part which we're all sort of figuring out, so I'm not sure there is any relevant data. So speaking of sort of data and the original sort of analytical picture, Kelly, I'm curious, what has been something that's emerged from your work that's just honestly surprised you? Given, because what's been difficult about COVID is we're all trying to write narratives as we sort of go, but what's interesting is that obviously, given the intersectional nature of your work, I'm sure you found information that sort of gone against whatever that wisdom was.
I'm like, Marshall, so many things have surprised me, but let me try to articulate something for the end of the day here for you all from the East Coast. I think maybe not, I'm trying to think if this is the right needle to thread here at the end of the day for you all. I have approached data and analytics and always thought about our work not in a silo, but we oftentimes do end up in a silo. So what happens, Lillian alluded to this earlier, is that technologists or data scientists or whomever, your analysts, are kind of separated from the decision makers, right? And we all know that when that happens, when you're building the programs or you're delivering the analysis, enough games of telephone happen that things get lost in between. And I think what's been really surprising over the last couple of years is that I haven't actually seen the policy operations decision-making space collapse with data and analytics as much as it should have. Because in the private sector, the data people are everything. They tell you your bottom line. They are delivering the reports to the CEO. They're the ones, delivering the financial reports every quarter to the public. And I was surprised, I think, at the beginning, just how quickly, to Lillian's point around us all working remotely as another example, just how quickly that just all collapsed. Like I was on phone calls with people, my team, data scientists were talking to people at executive levels. Not to say that we hadn't before, but a lot of those barriers they just disappeared as if they didn't exist, a couple months before. And I'm really excited to see, hopefully, that to continue. Like we're definitely already starting to see that people are now just picking up the phone and calling us directly. And I think part of that is on us. I realize even when I'm chatting with you all here that enough years of working in data and analysis, I have enough meetings with quote unquote lay people who are like, I don't understand a single thing you just said. Like I've just delivered something in a very analytical or very wonky way. And so, surprised to see those barriers fall down. Still a lot of ways to go. Like still people call us before you decide to do the program because we need to tell you how to measure the program, please. And certainly not just here in New York City, but elsewhere as well. Like seeing a lot of data teams being elevated to positions working more closely with executives and being more closely tied in with decision making. So I think out of many, many surprises, there'll be story time, I'm sure, separately, which are other surprises, I think, structurally that have happened through the analysis. But yeah, this one in particular, to see those walls collapse between policy decision makers and the data teams has been a pretty significant one.
So my last question that I'll ask separately to both of you, Lillian, obviously Knight leads investments in a bunch of sort of different areas. So what are some spaces in this sort of data analytics sort of post-COVID city space what are opportunity areas that you're interested in? And then Kelly, from your perspective, what are areas that you think people like Lillian should be sort of delving into on a deeper sort of level and that isn't just foundations, that's sort of people in university settings, researchers, et cetera. So Lillian, I'll start with you. You muted yourself.
Sure. Interestingly enough, even slightly prior before COVID, we started. Oh, I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh,
okay. We're back. Okay. We're good. Nope.
No.
Man, we were so close. I'm sorry, Lillian. I still can't hear you.
Marshall, can you hear me? I can hear Lillian.
I could. Oh, okay. I can hear you.
Okay.
So pretend I'm not here. I'm out.
I can hear both of you.
So sorry, Lillian. Ignore me. And then Kelly, please just take over.
No. Okay. So I was saying, and hopefully you can hear Marshall, that slightly before the pandemic, we actually had decided to focus a bit more on data. And focus on this issue of data, as we call it, accessibility. And I think post-COVID, in a lot of ways, it sort of reinforced the point. And what we mean by data accessibility is the idea that, a lot of these programs and a lot of the information is important to house inside, these city entities, and it's important to manage and build up their capacity. But at the same time, we also have to build greater demand for this kind of information from the public and create sort of a greater public expectation that our government agencies can do more with data. And that's not really going to happen until the data and the information really becomes truly accessible, in the sense that it doesn't require you to be some analytics, expert or some data scientist to really understand it. And so, so for us, it's investing in ways to visualize information. It's investing in ways to push data out into other services that make the data more consumable by the public, more accessible. And again, we're hoping in a lot of ways that then we're showing the value of data, increasing the demand from the outside, and then hopefully putting greater positive pressure on the institution to invest more in its own data capacity. So that's in a nutshell what we had sort of already, the path we were already down. And then we were really, when COVID hit, kind of feeling like, I think it sort of reinforced the need that data is important, data to the public is important, and the ways that we share information with data, in particular with the public, is really critical, because I think as we're seeing, a lot of the sentiment around COVID, around mask wearing, around whether this is real or not, has to do a lot with how people are seeing this information presented to them, and or not, and getting confused and or being sidetracked by other efforts out there. So that public accessibility of data is the key for us.
Well, I think, Lillian, you perfect tee up for me, because I think exactly to your point around data accessibility, when I think about early days, the Johns Hopkins dashboard that got stood up everyone was just like, someone has built something. Let's all model after that. And when I think about government in particular, maybe we just lost Marshall there. But when I think about government in particular, building data products, building things that are replicable, that other jurisdictions start to adopt, I think that is one of the key pieces here that we want funders, investment to continue to help spur that type of innovation, so that it can really seed what government is working on and looking toward. And then I think in terms of specifics, I maybe we'll delve just quickly into two different types of data that I think have always been critically important, but even that much more so. One is mobility data. Lillian, you know this, mobility has always been really important to governments, but certainly around social distancing, certainly around a lot of the restrictions of moving into and out of cities, as well as just us wanting to know, let's say, the tax base, and if they're actually departing and moving to Florida from New York City. These are all really, really helpful external data sets to be able to understand, of course, like use responsibly. There are huge data privacy questions and concerns around any entity's usage of that data, especially it's your data, right, coming from your cell phone. So mobility is one big bucket. And then the other big one is jobs. Like I will sound like every local elected out there. Workforce data, the loss of jobs in certain sectors. We've had a lot of this discussion with LinkedIn in particular and their economic graph team, and we're receiving LinkedIn data. But you can take a look to see what are the job titles that have decreased and actually shifted from those job titles into other industries. So to actually watch which jobs people have actually left and gone into, whether that's food delivery or healthcare, has been really fascinating to see. And then I think as more data emerges around what companies are trying to hire for, that should really hopefully help how governments and funders think about investing in workforce development, right? Like you should be training up people with these certain skills now that there's more demand in these certain industries and in these job titles as well. So those two, I think, I am really hopeful. There's been some movement across different programs and different jurisdictions thinking about that, certainly here in New York City as well.
Great. Well, Kelly and Lillian, thank you so much. This has been incredibly helpful. So we are at time. So thank you to everyone who attended this talk, and I'm sure you should follow Kelly and Lillian's work in this space. There's plenty of exciting things to come. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks for having us.
Bye.
And thank you to everyone. That is the end of Reboot Day 2. Tomorrow we'll be back at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific to talk about tech and the future of news. We're looking forward to seeing you all